Yep. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. Back to the trap, I'm trying to double song. Fiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog. I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is sample man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ammo. Out in India. Get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred.
We can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. This pick in my throat. Hell yeah, and ain't no bitch keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian showing. It's not keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt, burning, smoking heavy. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up friendly. Close for my family. What the pigs killing us daily. Invader. This is for the invader, sitting homie invader. All most high, all praises to the Most High, all praises to the Most High, all praises, give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader. Praises to the Most High, all to the Most High. Give them all praises, all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies, 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorching. Neighbors stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contract. That's why you wasting all of our truth. Take the food on my plate. Eat that shit with my phone. You invader. Motherfucking invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting on the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, 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 hey ya. Hey, yeah.
I'm experienced. Oh, man. Got big lips and black bra in the pride. Checks rich is whipping that black car. Rhymes insane. My skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job lives with tutors and girls, just ask nods if I rule the world. Yo, my mental vision, setting up intuition, and you really don't have nothing if you intuition. I work with light just to give birth to life. I was born in all forms in the perfect night. The black guard got big lips and black broads. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. I am the ruler, just like the matter, and deep thought making your heart shatter. I sleepwalk, talking with smart chatter, so I don't need you to ride or die with me. I got ancestors that vibe from the other side with me, and they beam up life after death. We got noses on our eyes, cause the light's a breath. My priceless flesh, the final copy. Look like Anunnaki. The black guard got big lips and black bra. In the projects, rich is whipping that black car. Rhymes insane. My skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask nods if I rule the world. Yo, the black god got big lips and black broads in the projects. Rich just whipping that black hard. My rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James, that nigga's a blackguard. And you wonder why we spit lead. Just the whole raps, niggas got big heads like Olmecs. Way that I'm writing is more than vain. This is the age of enlightenment. We the Moors in Spain. Now that your honor, I pray to a black vagina. Even the Pope prayed to the black Madonna. In the sun, I shine as bright as I be. I'm the greatest of all time, like Muhammad Ali. And when I die, baptized in the fire, only fly at night, black skies are higher. Prior to Jah, my lives with jewelers and girls. Nods if I rule the world, rubies and pearls. The black god got big lips and black bra. In the projects, rich is whipping that black hard. Rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job, lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask nods if I rule the world. The black guard, from infinite to infinite stars, it's infinite light. My life's got an infinite charge. The instruments I implement to give strength to your heart. The temple within, the imprint, mimic the art. Into the dark, the dragon spark the fathom from a higher consciousness. I talk with atoms, I live in the land, and I live in the stars, original man. I am the image of God. Call me Tut, I'm Amen. I cut diamonds, so as long as I live, nothing can stop shining. You gon' need to be in the bins to drive me crazy. Live on CNN, hearing cries from Haiti. You know them people down there trying to hide them babies, the black guards. Surrounded in light, attract stars. Black guard, surrounded in light, attract.
I told you, all of my critics, I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. All of you, I know you got it. I know you got it, Vic, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am. I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion of the world. All of you know. All of my critics, all of you suckers.
Oh, all right. There we go. There we go. My bad, John. Damn, boy, I'm rusty. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses, man.
Oh, all right, there we go.
I'm a little rusty, man. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses, peace to the Tanchans, peace to the Aborigines, peace to the Indians, peace to the FBAs, peace to the Moors, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Once again, it's your brother A1, aka Ahanu Kiel, aka Tanchanist one. And we're gonna go down a rabbit hole, man, with this one right here. We're gonna go down a rabbit hole. Somebody sent me a video probably about a month ago, and I've been trying to get the build out, but I've just been mad busy. So I got some time today, more. So we're gonna kind of go down a rabbit hole. So y'all gonna have to bear with me because some of this information is something that's like it's not popular speech or it's not popular amongst it's definitely amongst the Slavs or what we refer to as the Europeans or the YT people, right? But it's gonna be interesting, definitely. And I've been jumping in and out of a couple of like FBA panels and people who be debating like some of the like some of the immigrants and whether they Africans, whether they some of the Haitian brothers and sisters, Jamaican brothers and sisters, or Central and South Americans, right? And I've been kind of going back and forth, been jumping in and out, right? And one thing I've been trying to like understand in 2026, you have a lot of FBAs, let's say FBA, and even some of the Aborigines and some of the Indians, right? Who still haven't been able to put down that slave title or get a slave title back to the Slavics or back to the human hybrids or what you want to call the Cabbage Patch Kids or the incubator babies, etc. Right? We still are saying that our people was enslaved and we was enslaved in our own country. So I kind of like, in 2026, I kind of renounce that. I do not stand on that because I already know that we had towns, we had civilization, and we had other literature that provides a greater understanding. Shout out to my brother nonetheless, right? You have a lot of individuals. You have a lot of individuals who be pushing a lot of this information, and they always politically correct. With this, I'm not trying to be politically correct. We just want to review the information, and we're gonna let it fall. We're gonna let the chips fall from wherever they fall at. All right. So I'm not giving you no definite, but when it comes to a lot of this information, we have to investigate. When it comes to literature, we can't stand on it as that this is factual information. We have to do our investigation on it. And when I say do our investigation, do our due diligence, we can't just say, all right, yeah, we were slaves, and our people were slaves, and half the people saying that is hearing that from the general education system and some of these higher learning institutions, and it's being regurgitated too by people who read a lot of books and don't have no discernment or don't have no intuitiveness and don't do investigative research. So they are stuck at that. They're stuck at that state of mind of continuing to think that we were slaves on our own land. First of all, the word slave has a meaning, which I've went over 100, maybe 1,000 times at this point in time. Maybe 1,000 times at this point in time, right? But at the end of the day, when you do your genealogy and when you go back and you look and you see your people owned land and your people resided on this land until whatever time they migrated or they're still currently on that land that their ancestors held. When you go back and look at that and go back and you see that your people weren't slaves, you go back and look, and even when you get into like the head of the family would have been what some people call a slave owner, right? But a lot of the head of families are your actual ancestors, and these people that did the remix single and made you think that these are people who had you as their slaves when all along this is your family. So we're gonna go into some things, man, and this is some deep shit. This is some real deep shit. So definitely bear with me. This might not be for everybody, but we have to understand what is the origin of white supremacy. Why do Europeans do what they did during the Jim Crow time? Because if you go back to the 1600s, how is Europeans allowing black people to own slaves? How are there hundreds of thousands of so-called black slave owners, right? You know what I'm saying? How? But then when we get to after the Civil War, from 1865 until now, right? But mainly what I'm reaching at is the things that we can observe from 1865 until 1965, right? The events that happened during the Jim Crow era, we don't see none of these events happening prior to 1865. We don't see no lynchings. We don't see none of this. If Europeans had so much vitriol for you, why would they ever allow you to own slaves? Why would they ever allow you to, have riches and have resources if they hated you so much? But they hated you so much because they know that they're not organic to this landmass. They hated you so much because they know that some of our people had them as slaves, man. So we're gonna get into some things, man. This definitely gonna be a heavyweight build. Peace to guys, peace to guys. If you like to share the video, please share the video out for me, just so we can get some more people up in here. Because I've been out the algorithm for years, man. I've been out the algorithm for years. So definitely, if you can share the build out, it would be greatly appreciated. So with no further ado, let's get into the build, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely hit that like button too. All right. So now look, the first video, right? Because I'm gonna be playing a couple of videos. And, and these videos. All right. So this is a brother right here that I found. Right. Somebody sent me. His name is what the fuck is his name? Guy Anderson. Right. Somebody sent me this video a couple of months ago. Well, like probably about a month ago. Right. Let me see. So hold up. Let me share the screen. My bad. Just bear with me. I'm a little bit rusty, but it's just like riding a bike. Once I get into it, I'm gonna get into it. All right. So let me see something. Which one was this? All right, was this one? All right, so I'm gonna share the bill. Share the bill, and I am going to mute my mic. And once I mute my mic, once you see the video playing, let me know if you guys can hear it. Press one for me, somebody, please. Once I click back or once I mute up.
Okay, cool. 80% of the population are clones. So it's not about racism. A lot of people clone, like I know a lot of people say that they don't think, they don't have internal dialogue. Is there anything you've come across?
That's exactly what I was about to say. So Dolores Cannon did the work on this. So Benjamin Franklin also wrote about this, saying that there was a dire need to fill America with Caucasian people. So for whatever reason, they decided to do that. Yeah, they say that there is no inner dialogue, and they called it whitewashing. But Dolores Cannon believed that 80% of the population that look like me can't trace their family tree back past really the 1800s with any accuracy, and we refer to them today as NPCs. Wow. She said they were soulless. I don't think anything living is soulless. I think we all have a connection. But it was called whitewashing, for want of a better. And they would bring children from Africa, put them on display, and they were labelled as primitive and savage.
Wow.
And this was specifically
Thank you.
to dumb down and remove history. And this is connected to the Moors.
All right, now listen, check this out. If you're more sensitive, this may not be the video for you, okay? But just remember, for me, the word more only means dark skin person, dark skin complexion, copper color, or mortal skin person, right? Now look, what Guy Anderson is saying, Dolores Claiborne, whatever her name is, right? She said that 80% of Europeans are clones, right? 80%, right? Now what he's about to go into is he's about to go into the Moorish connection to this, right? Now, if you're sensitive to it, you know, you already know how it is. But I'm going to also play a video from Taj, and he's going to bring that connection back to the Americas, right? So just bear with me, right? But listen to this. This is very interesting.
The Moors from Africa who built some of the most beautiful architecture in the world. They wanted everyone to consider them as primitive, and Tartaria was removed to be behind, a little bit backward, and that was another part of it. So yeah, I you know.
And real quick, right? Little be known to him, Tartaria and that whole North Africa, Mediterranean region is all connected. And it kind of all comes back to the Americas. And, you know, for years I've been showing you the observation of the structures that's in America and the same structures that across the world. And you know how my belief is America is the old land. America is the first land to which the ocean water washed upon the shores. So this is the old world. This is the original continent, right? Where all human beings, or all, like, if you want to kind of go into it, which I'm gonna be giving some further elaboration on it as the video goes on. But clearly he started off by saying 80% of Europeans are clones. Then he's bringing it back to somehow the Moorish connection, right? Or Moors, or if you want to say American Aborigines, because this whole thing is going to bring us right back to the Yucatan Peninsula. So if you want to say American Aborigines or Indians or Tonktons from this land is responsible for this science and for these so-called genetic experiments, then welcome. I mean, you gladly more than welcome to say it, whatever terminology that fits, that you're comfortable with. Okay, I'm not pushing nothing on nobody. You already know how I feel about things, but at the end of the day, we need to get to the bottom of this, man, because we still got people in 2026 thinking that, you know, a lot of these people are superior to us or whatever. When they stole all of our inventions, they reclassified you. They then kind of like de-evolved us, right? Some of us, right? By pushing poisons, our nutrients is not correct, the chemicals that they put in it, and it has some effect on our people, as well as the drugs, and as well as the all the other different things that they have done to our people to make our people look like we're primitive and we're not technical advanced people, right? So let's get back into the bill, man. Hit the like button for me, man. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses.
That's what happened. And
one more thing, right? This is a European saying this. Now look, watch in the video how the other Europeans get mad. They're getting mad as he's saying this, right? And he's a European saying this. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna play another video with him also in it, right? But he's a European that's saying this, right? And look how the other Europeans that seated around him is getting mad. They're pissed off by this shit, right? But let's get back into the video, man.
Just watch the second film that Alice Guy produced, which is on YouTube. It's called Midwife to the Upper Classes, and you'll see an example there of where the middle class couple comes to buy a baby.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website.
Expensive. They're the most expensive horses you can get if he's sired them. So clones reproduce. And obviously, if Eve was a clone of Adam, then they'd have had a problem conceiving themselves, wouldn't they? And the cloning ties into the incubator babies. And these were the babies, what you call premature or preemies that were on display in exhibitions across the world, and they'd have premature babies. Now, these were on display in incubators, inspired by a man called Dr. Martin Doctor. He's got no medical qualifications, and that isn't his real name either. His name's Cohen, and he's from Germany. Now, these babies in Chicago, they were on loan from a maternity hospital in New York. But how do you get premature babies from New York to Chicago? How do you do that? You know, what did they have in the vehicle? Did they have like power inside the vehicle and incubators that they could transport that were running? And what did the parents think about this? My baby is, you know, perhaps not going to make it, but you can put it on a freak show and drive it on a horse and buggy or a train halfway across America. And even stranger than that, in London, at the London Expo at Crystal Palace, the babies were on loan from a maternity hospital in Paris, according to Wikipedia. And there's the man himself, Dr. Martin Cooney. What he actually said was they could speed up the last 3 months gestation. They could speed that up into just a few days. And this is where the human cloning comes into the Cabbage Patch theory. We're doing it in places that were later called kindergartens. And also, at the same time, a word came out called doppelganger. So people are putting two together and saying they were cloning in Germany to repopulate, and then they were being shipped across the world. And initially, some of them went into Russia, which took the biggest hit. And I tried looking with doing my genealogy online to see where my grandfather, my mother's father, who was from Ukraine, where he was born. He was born in Germany, then went to Ukraine, and then was shipped when he was 6 years old to New York and went on the orphan trains.
You could instantly stop self-sabotage.
So they ship them all over the world. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Guy. Yo, it's me right here.
Oh, hello, mate.
First of all, your talk was sexy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I've never heard it described like that before.
It'd be important to have more young people in the room. You know what I mean? It's one of my efforts.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on. Yeah.
I'm going to make sure I do that for you, King. So from the theory that there's so many clones coming into Europe, right? That would mean there's even potentially clones in this room right now. There must be so many.
80% of the Caucasian population.
80. Okay, cool. 80% of the Caucasian population are clones.
Hey, yo. Hey, look, man, like I said, man, I'm just reporting I'm just reporting on this, all right? Like I said, man, I'm just reporting on this. I ain't trying to piss nobody off. If anybody got a problem, man, they need to get in contact with Guy Anderson. You know what I'm saying? And he looks insured that this is true. And I know from the research and the information that I've seen that there's a correlating connection to where these people came from. You know what I'm saying? So you heard what the lady said. This is racism. Like, you know what I'm saying? See, these people have no problem with, they have no problem with reiterating the fact that you was a slave and that your people was primitive and that we were savages and everything. But then when we turn the spotlight back onto them, then we see how these people feel. And we know, like I said, just from, if any of this stuff is true, then it all checks out. And it all makes sense to why these people hate us so much, why they constantly like reflect any of the negative stereotypes that these people came from or their exception on this so-called plane or planet, right? Where they came from, how they always reflect that back on us, reflect and deflect it back on us. Well, they constantly teaching our children and stuff that our people came from these primitive, you know what I'm saying, beginnings. And our people, like, you know what I'm saying, they always deflect anytime that anybody bring any of this shit out about them because they don't never want to know the truth. So you still got people who run around here who read 1,000 goddamn books and keep on saying, man, we need to give reparations for slavery. And these people wasn't in power. The people who was in power in Europe in the 1500s was people who looked like you and me. These people was not in fucking power. Now, I don't know, did whatever these so-called experiments took place, did it make them, like, you know, intelligent to where they was able to, like, you know what I'm saying, keep up and stay ahead of us? But whatever they did, I believe that, you know what I'm saying, this is the result of what we did to these people. You understand? So, like, this guy saying 80% of them. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because even when you get into the peoplings of the world, right? Hold on. Let me switch tunes real quick. We're going to come back to it. Hold up. Let me stop sharing this. Let me show y'all something real quick. And it all connects. Because he's going to even say it, right? We're going to get back to it. All right. Let me see something. Let me share the entire screen. All right, so even hold up, where's the book at? It's this book right here. This is the book that we always been going back getting this information from, right? Of the increase, right? The observation. Hold on for a second. It's just that. All right, so look, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute, Sister Becky. Look, so it says the observation concerning the increase of mankind. Now, look, they're using mankind. Now we know, and I'm probably going to the Bible a little bit, you know, with the Genesis story. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, they say that Elohim created the mankind, or what we call a homunculus, right? Well, look, it said the observation concerning the increase of. Oh, let me make sure. You know, my mic is off. Okay, my mic is off. Okay. All right. So the observation concerning the increase of mankind peopling of the countries, right? Now look, check this out. Let's go. So look. Now look, So this is page 224. This is number 24 because you got them listed, right? So it says, which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world proportionally is very small. And I say all of Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers, right? Exclusive of the newcomers, which we don't believe they was newcomers. These people was pulled out of the labs of the Yucatan Peninsula and put onto these plantations, etc. Right? So, say exclusively the newcomers. It's saying woolenly so, and in Europe the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion, right? Now, I don't need to pull up the definition of swarthy, do I? Do I need to show you guys what swarthy means? Let me see something real quick. I think I got it. What swarthy means. But y'all already know. I don't need to go into this. You guys be doing it. You know, we know that these people didn't inhabit Europe. We know that they're not European, right? At the time when they telling you that they came here and enslaved the people, because they telling a story to make you inferior and make them superior. If this stuff was to come out, the only thing they're going to do is use their media to like, oh, this is fake news and all this other stuff to kind of make you to make you not believe the information and the evidence that's coming out. You know what I'm saying? But once again, before we get back into it, the book is called The Observation Concerning the Increase of Mankind, the Peopling of the Countries, right? The peopling of the countries. And it's kind of funny because, you know, in the 1960s, right, it was only white and black people there, right? All of these other people, I'm not saying all of these other people, I'm just saying as far as the Asians, right? Because it said the Asia was swarthy, right? These other countries, all of them were swarthy. And we talk about they was inhabited by Negroes, not no Indian looking people or the people who look from India, because it's a mystery on where them people came from too, right? Which I think Ty's gonna kind of be going into some of that or whatever. But it's like, yo, it's no coincidence that, you know, even at this point in time, we finding a lot of information out. We know these people were not the original people of Europe. We know that they did not run Europe. You understand what I'm saying? In the 1500s, these people did not run Europe. They did not run Europe. And look, I can show you something else, right? And this is just real quick. So this image I got right here on the screen right here, right? This will be Alfonso V, the one that created or that wrote the Doomed Devices, right? That's supposed to be Alfonso V. Now look, even on this, right, it said papal issued in June 18, 1452 by Pope Nicholas V. It authorized Alfonso V of Portugal to conquer the Saracens and the pagans and consign them to perpetual servitude. Now, what is pagan? Spiritual beliefs and practices other than those of Judaism, Islam, and especially Christianity. Now, check this out, right? See, when they tell you that they so-called kicked the so-called Moors out of Europe, they weren't talking about all of them. It was still Moors left there. They was talking about the Moors that practiced these so-called pagan belief systems that they believe, Judaism, Islam, right? But all of this stuff comes from the Sumerians. All of this stuff comes from the Abrahamic religions. All of them are the same doctrine. They just kind of paraphrase and summarize differently. You know what I'm saying? It all is to control higher self over lower self. It all is to make you refrain from the material world, right? But that's a whole nother thing, right? But this is the individual that they said, and he got on his sleeve, right, on his so-called cloak. What he has is that's called the cross of Santiago, right? We can get into that on another tone, on another topic, right? Because I'm gonna make a part 2 to this, right? Because it's probably gonna go 4 hours, So you guys get your snacks and get your, get your something to drink, and if you smoking weed or whatever you doing, roll up your blunts because it's gonna be a long one. All right, so that's this guy that's on the screen right here is the individual who ran Portugal, Port of Gaul, which we know as Portugal at this point in time. Okay, so with that being said, right? So let's go back, right? So with that being said, right? Like it's crazy, right? Because like I said, I'll be on all these. I'll be listening. I just be listening. I'll be sitting back listening to a lot of stuff. Right. And I just be hearing people, oh man, all right, there you go. So a lot of these so-called educated Negroes, oh man, white people came over here and they dropped us off in the 13 colonies. The 13 colonies ran by 5 black kings. Now we can sit here and say, well, okay, that may not be factual, but why would there be literature supporting that? Why like in what world are we living in to where we find literature that's supporting that the 13 colonies ran by 5 black kings, right? By 5 black kings, which got a charter from our people. They didn't just come over here. We allowed them to do what they did over here. Because some of them was connected to some of the bloodlines that was here already. Some of them was connected, well, not some of them. Just in the grand scheme of things, America was centralization. All these other land ports, them was an offskirt of whatever empire you want to call that ran this empire over here. Okay, which was our people. Okay, so you hear a lot of these so-called FBAs and a lot of these so-called individuals who get in, and I'm not trying to take no shot at none of them because I'm kind of glad the whole FBA thing exists, right? But when it comes down to even having some of these conversations, these jokers don't want to relinquish the fact that we wasn't slaves. These niggas want slaves because they want cash payments or they want some type of reparation for the people. And there's other ways to get reparations as a result of not even ever being a slave. So just to kind of go over some of the things I said. Number one, in the 1500s, or if you believe in Christopher Columbus or any of these ridiculous fucking stories of where they brought 12 million people over here. They brought 12 million people to the Americas. Well, 12 million embarked, 10 point something, 10 million, close to almost 11 million people disembarked in various regions to where they claimed, whether it was the Caribbean, whether it was Central and South America, whether it was North America, right? To various different places that they claim that these people embarked. And even when you get to the Americas, the numbers didn't change. The numbers went from, when I first started, it was around 300,000, and now it was down to like 26,000. When you really break down slave voyage and you really see the disembarkation areas in which these people was distributed, right? So you got people out here who keep reliving a fantasy, some shit that was taught to you, right? some things that was taught to you to make you inferior, right? You got some people who inferiorize your whole consciousness and got you believing that you was a slave, got you believing that you had people who was that advanced to go to various different regions in West Africa. And then they even got the Africans buying into it by saying that, oh yeah, well, we sold, some of our people sold you in slavery. All of this shit is nothing but a gaslight and nothing but to make you believe that you were a slave and to never, because they want the land of America more than any land. This is probably the most valuable country or continent on the face of the earth. You understand? And if you believe in the South Pole and all of this other stuff or whatever, but the stuff that we can see with our eyes and we can literally see the resources that is on this landmass and the original inhabitants that incarnated into this so-called plane or into this third dimensional existence, right? Which is our people, which is the copper color aboriginals of this land. We are responsible for maybe close to the over the 90th percentile of all the technology that all these primitive people use today. We are responsible for all of these primitive people that they bring over here and wave these people in your face like they got so much culture and they're so much farly advanced than our people, right? We are the people who invented that science. That these people come over here and you have no idea the level of intellectual or intelligence that our people was able to create things and bring them into this dimension or the material world, or where we was able to just think of things and somehow with the downloads of the gods or the downloads of whatever the higher entity that controls this plane, we was able to synchronize that information, and we was able to create something out of nothing, and then bring it into the so-called third dimensional plane. We was able to take the materials that surround us, like trees, and turn them into wood, like metal, you know what I'm saying, metallurgy, you name it. And we was able to take from what we have in our surroundings and create things that we can utilize to make our quality of life better. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like I said, so you got people who run around here, oh yeah, well, we was enslaved when the white T man came over here. All them niggas be on TikTok. And I ain't trying to throw no shot, but I'm just saying, man, we the gods, man. We've been teaching this shit for a long time. And I'm not saying there's a lot of brothers and sisters who have their own niche that they added to this whole thing. And it starts from the American Indian, American Aborigine, or autochthonous, and I say the Moorish paradigm. It starts from right here, okay? But these people are still telling people in 2026, oh yeah, well, we were slaves, and when a white man came over, he did this, and he was able to do this. How can a motherfucker go get 12 million people? What would be the return? What would be the return on the interest? Because before you bring all the people here, you have to be able to provide food and buy and build boats, which that's manual labor. Then put food on the boats and water on the boats. What would be the return in profit for you to do all of that just to bring people over here? Make it make sense. What would be the return in profit? What would be the return? Why would you bring all them people from there and bring them over here when whatever you was doing over here, you could have did over in Europe? But we find out in Europe, you wasn't running nothing. The people in Europe was black people who ran everything. And that's from Russia all the way into the Middle East. Wasn't just no Portugal and Spain. And the brother going, the brother, European brother, going to elaborate on some of this stuff. So peace to the guys, man. Peace to goddesses, man. I ain't mean to get long winded with the information. You already know how this shit work or whatever. That's right, man. Hold up, they saying how can a caveman get locked into it? That's right, man. And listen, you FBA, man, you need to start sharing this with some of the people, man. Start giving them some pushback on us being slaves, man. Because it's too many people keep on saying, yeah, well, we were slaves. They don't even know what the word slave means. And then when you tell them the word slave means Slav, they like, yeah, I know. But if you know that, then why are you applying? The word Slav is an ethnicity, what we call the European. Oh, no, A1, that's only some of them. Well, look, let me stop this real quick. Like I said, I'm going to be building, so you already know how I do when I build. So the word Slav is just for certain Europeans or whatever. Like, no. No. For certain Europeans. So look, and we already read this. People already know what this means. They already seen this already, but just for the sense of what the brother's going to be saying about all of this, it's kind of, I'm cross-referencing this information to let you know that these people are not who you think they are. They are not superior to us. They're inferior. And we need to give them back their word slave. We need to get that back to them and stop claiming that you was a slave and you was enslaved, and stop believing that some people went over to Africa and grabbed 12 million people and brought them over here. Give that science back to them. Stop believing people who just read and they regurgitate everything that they read. They don't do no investigative research. With anything that they read, they just read something, then they paraphrase it, and then they regurgitate it back to the masses. And the masses think because you say this, you sound so education. No, you articulate it with so much excellence to where I believe you. I have to believe you. Let's go back to what Brother Oak said. A well-educated, what did he say? A well-organized lie beats a disorganized truth. And this is how these people been getting over, and even some of our people, because they haven't figured none of this stuff out. And see, every time you get to the point where you figure this out, right? You get to the point where you trying to make sense of this stuff, right? You say like, yeah, man, well, wait a minute. If the word slave means Slav, and we know that white people was enslaved and all this kind of third, then why would we call ourselves slaves? And then the white man coming with the word, the Slavs was enslaved thousands of years ago. I don't believe that. This man just said that he can't go back no further than the 1800s and connect his people. You understand? He said he can't go back no further than the 1800s and connect his people. Okay? So check this out, right? The word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. Thus, the word slave was coined in the West. The impression was of a Caucasian slave. Only in the last century has the shocking history of slavery been selectively read through the lenses of American race issues and for political gain. The story of slavery is more complicated than we've been told. Did you know that up to 1,250,000 white slaves were shipped to North Africa? Did you know that the word slave was so commonly used in ancient Britain that the Anglo-Saxon word for Britain was used interchangeably for slave? Did you know that owning and selling slaves was universal? The story of slavery is more complex than we realize, and we should reassess our relationship to the history and its legacy, acquainting ourselves with facts. Okay, with fucking facts, my nigga. So, I don't think I need to go over that, right? But let me touch right here. Boom. Let me see what this is. It's been a minute since I've been here. White slaves. I don't need to go into that right there. But meet the Slavs. These are the genetic human hybrids, aka the Cabbage Patch Kids, aka the Slavs. Meet them, right? Boom. Western Slavic, Eastern Slavic, and South Slavic, right? The Slavs and Slavic people are a grouping of related ethnicity groups which speak the various Slavic languages belonging to the larger Baltic Slavic branch, right? Now, look, like I said, my nigga, they bring these people over here and they make you think that these people are so much more advanced than the gods, my nigga. The people who invented all this stuff, man. Let me see something. Let me make sure I didn't get kicked out. I know I shouldn't y'all be to over there, right? And I deal with a lot of these people, right? Because I be hauling cars, right? And then like in shipping and import export, you see a lot of Russians, a lot of Ukrainians, a lot of Croatians, and etc. All of these Western Slavic people, right? You see all of these individuals who running around, and even Germans. Even Germans. Germans are not the original people who resulted there. Right, and then most of the Britons and people live in London are Germans or Western Slavics. But then once you see them in Britain and London, oh, them are not Slavs. They're not the same as they are the same as them. The Jews are Slavics, my nigga. Jews are Slavs. Okay, they're Slavs. All of the white people are what we call Slavs, my nigga. Do not let them change up or let them tell you, oh, well, what about the people in Italy? Them people in Italy was transported over there too. They're not originally from Italy neither. Right? So look, it said we speak the various Slavic language belonging to the largest Baltic Slavic branch of Indo-European language family, right? It says Slavs are geographically distributed throughout the northern parts of Eurasia and predominantly inhabit Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Southeast Europe, and there is a large Slavic minority scattered across the Baltic, North Asian, and Central Asian region, right? So it said continued immigrated has resulted in the development of subsequently Slavic diaspora in the Americas, my nigga. In the Americas, bro. Right? In the Americas, right? So look, these are just some of the people, right? But all of these people generally come from one of these groups of people, my nigga. Before Queen Elizabeth and them, they had a Slavic or Slovenian name before they came in and took on the average. Most of the names, and I showed you what my girl Dr. I can't think of her name right now. I showed you that the surnames in Britain and in London came from Moors. These are names, and then some of them names came from the Americas. That's how you could see the connection to here, not less the buildings and less all of the other stuff with people coming back and forth here. That's how you can see the connections here, right? But look, it's a present-day Slavs are classified into three groups. The Western Slav, chiefly the Czechs, the Kushabin, I can't pronounce that, the Poles, the Slovaks, and the Serbs, right? Eastern Slavic, chiefly the Belarusians, Russians, the Russian, I guess that's how you pronounce it, Ukrainian. It's saying the South, the Bosnia, the Bulgarians, the Copts, the Macedonians, the Serbs, and the Slavians. I guess that's how you pronounce it, right? But anyway, when you really go back and look into all this shit, Queen Elizabeth and all them people that's in Germany, the people that's in Britain, the people that's in London, the people that is in the Port of Gaul, the people that is in Spain, they all descend from one of these people. Now I know it's gonna be some brainiac that's gonna say, no, A1, that's not the way. You're falling for the eugenics. You're falling for the eugenics mind state and the reconstruction mind state to where these people are trying to hide their true identity. That's why I got the brother Guy Anderson that is actually exposing them, right? Now look, Baltic areas, right? These are some of the areas in which these people came from. And all of these people that's up here are the people that moved through Germany, moved through Britain, moved through London, moved through Portugal, moved through Spain, and moved all the way through the Mediterranean region. They didn't move through freely. They was transported there. They was transported there. They was transported there. You understand? And that's why would this man start off saying, oh, well, why would he add the Moors to Europeans 80% clones? Why? What is the connection to any of this shit? Well, we're going to get into it, all right? I just wanted to touch on that right there, right? So, let me stop sharing this. Let's go back up, man. Yo, peace to the guys, man. Share the build out if you guys can. Definitely, we going in. And like I said, a lot of this stuff is just to build your perspective, to let you know what the situation is, man, with us, man. Because like I said, a lot of people, let me shout out the link. All right, the link is for Sister Betty. So a lot of people still like behind when it comes to all of this stuff, man. They're still giving credence and claims to so-called Europeans bringing you over here and dropping you off in these regions, and still trying to make a claim for slavery when it wasn't slavery. What happened to them? People was enslaved. They was enslaved. It wasn't us enslaved. It was them. But you guys can't get past Roots, which we've been told you Roots was something that was fabricated from a fictional story called The Africans by Harold Corlander. And that's the reason why your boy got sued for $650,000 in the 1970s. But you niggas are, because they made Roots and they never went back and told you that that what's the name fabricated, and what he did was plagiarism, right? You guys still believe it is real. And because they made that, you see how they can just make something and then then make a story to go along with it, and you still have people running around here talking about that they're descendants of slaves and shit. The most asinine title there is: American Descendants of Slaves, man. It's impossible that let's say if 1 out of 10 people were slaves, or 2 out of 10 people were slaves, the other 80% of people was free. How do you know your people were slaves? I got a whole slave book. We got all this literature that's showing you black people was fucking free, riding around with having scepters and having ascots, ascots like the ties and shit you be having with the smoking jacket and shit. Nigga riding around with that top hats, but top hats, okay? And derbies in the 1700s, my nigga. Oh, but why would the white man give them a pass? I thought white supremacy was hatred over us. If a person hates you, there's nothing that they're going to do to allow you to have the same thing that you got. So why would white supremacy, if you were talking about white supremacy and racism, racism mean I can control your outcome. I control the system, right? So if they control the system and they were so racist back then why would they allow your people to even get into the same industrial and economical system that they had? Oh, these guys were sellouts. Even sellouts get lynched. Because y'all got the story wrong. And you're not doing investigative research. You believe and you regurgitating stuff back to people who don't do no research. And you don't do no research neither, because you can read 1,000 goddamn books. It don't mean everything you read in the book is right and exact or factual. When it comes to this American thing, you have to do investigative research. You just cannot allow some European to to fabricate and regurgitate something that they got from the people, the different white supremacist so-called think tanks that they got to keep your ass mentally dead. Because anybody telling me that they are a slave in 2026 is mentally dead. And not even for them to say that they had descendants who were descendants of slaves, you have to be mentally dead, because that means that you're on autopilot and anything that someone can tell you, you believe. Okay? So let's get back into it, man. Peace of guys, man. Hit that like button, man. We back. All right, so let me get the brother back on so we can get into some further things. And like I said, look at how these people looking at. These people are vivid. Look, they're mad. Like they're mad. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's nothing to do with race.
Is there any science? Is there? Is that you could have a clone in your life, that you're in love with a clone? Like, I know a lot of people say that they don't.
What did we just read? We just read the people of mankind, right? And when he got into America, he said, generally of the newcomers, right? He just said it himself. Look, he said Benjamin Franklin, and the book I just read, the observation of the people in the mankind, or the observation and the concerning the increase of mankind and the peopling of countries, right? Now look, the peopling of countries. Now, why is these Slavics going to every country, claiming that if they haven't claimed Asia yet, right? Or Africa, right? Well, some parts of Africa they did, right? But generally in America, they claim that they are Americans, which they will never be Americans. Never. America originally. So what it originally applied and what it always applied. You can't go back and change something of what science or what the creation of mankind and what their so-called, how do you say, their so-called homeland. You can't claim to be them people. I don't care where you came from. But see, these people then created the game musical chairs to where you can just go anywhere and say, oh, I was born here, so therefore I'm this, that, and the third. No, you're not. No, you're not. And then they play the game on you to make you think you are not that. You are not an American. Let me see something. Let me make sure. So they did it to make sure that you're not an American. And then you giving everybody Yo, I don't know how long I was out for, but I'm sorry about that. I don't know if somebody can tell me. Yeah, I don't know how long I was out for, but when I just clicked back. But anyway, sorry about that, y'all, because I was on sharing my other screen. I was looking at something else, reading it, and I got booted out. So sorry about that. But let's get back into the video so I can keep my eyes on the screen so that won't happen again. All right. So let's get back into it. 9 minutes? Are you serious? Oh my God. All right, hold up. All right, okay, there we go. Said 9 minutes. Wow, sorry about that, y'all. All right, so let's go back to this. Let me make sure. All right, so hold up. Let me see something real quick because this shit is buffering crazy. All right, just bear with. You know what? Let me see this one. Put up a share. Let me see. All right, hold on. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Mic check. All right, one. Okay, clear. Okay. All right, we good. All right, okay. Now I'm trying to share the link. I don't know why it won't let me share the link. Let me see something. Oh, that's how you do it. I still not letting me share the link. Hold on for a second, y'all. Let me see something. You know what? Let me try to go on through my screen yard on my phone. I can probably share like that. Let me see if I can share like that. Hold on for a second. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, all right. Hold up. I think we good. Hold up. Let me see something. I think we good, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm still here, y'all. I'm just trying to see if I can find it, if I can post that video, the one I was trying to play before. I think we might be good.
Every day.
All right, okay, we good. We good now. All right. So I'm gonna play it from like right here. My man, a little while in the back or whatever though, but the point of these people being clones, he gonna kind of elaborate on that. Sorry for the technical part. I don't know what the hell going on with StreamYard. I really don't. Like I haven't used StreamYard in a couple of months. I used it the other day when I was on AP channel, and everything was running fine or whatever. I don't have my other laptop pulled. I got this is my normal laptop or whatever, and I did it from here because I was able to do it. I was able to go on StreamYard, and I had no problems the other day. So let me get back. Play this again. All right, so let me mute this.
For Disclosure Day everywhere, and then there's James Franco, I believe his name is, the actor. He's kind of gone loopy recently, hasn't he? And he's talking about he's saying that he's seen aliens, and he keeps on doing the code. He keeps on giving these numbers out, and the numbers are the emergency code from the film Monsters Inc. And if you know about the film Monsters Inc., it's just appearing everywhere, taking over all the cattle, and now there's this massive thing to do with Lyme disease. And I was explaining in this podcast, when you know about the Obamas, when you know about the occult, even Barack Obama recently, he just had this photo shoot, and there's all these horns coming out of his head. I don't know if you've seen it. Just like the deer that are in the film Leave the World Behind. Systematically, everything that's happened in that film has almost happened, other than the actual civil war, which they're trying to create. You had Air India just dropped out of the sky last year. Do you remember that? And it just exploded. That happened in the film. We've had, like I said, the tick. We've had what you just said there, the coordinated blackouts in Belgium, France, Portugal, and Germany at the same time, practically. And I believe that was what the noise was in the film. A coordinated attack at the same time to create. That was just a metaphor. And it's quite scary when you realize everything really is happening fast. I know you just said you don't watch the news, but I think yesterday in the news, or today, or in the last 24 hours, it's all over the news. There was a man wielding a massive axe going around saying, "I'm tired of these Muslims," and So these kind of like race issues are just, you know, we've obviously got Henry Nowak that was unalived on the 3rd of December 2025. December being 12, which is 1-2. Sorry, which is 3. So 3-3.
Yes.
And by the way, Henry Nowak, to the day, almost 50 years before, there was a guy called Gurip Singh who was unalived.
Dog, that was even beaten. She was attacked in the street. She lost her job. And she said that the reason that we saw people collapsing in the street in China, which was the catalyst for going into full lockdown, was because they had activated 100 5G masts at exactly the same time at full pelt, and people had just dropped. They couldn't breathe.
Wow.
And it was that we saw go viral on every news broadcast in the world. And as a direct result, we went into full lockdown, thinking that if we didn't take some kind of medical intervention to save us from this awful virus, we were going to face the same fate. Wow. And so it's, I think that 5G, 6G is connected to this, that they can with that manipulate us. But we're also experiencing some sort of mass mind control experiment, and MK Ultra is clearly going on. And they're using the news and these events to cause division and hatred, breaking us once again into groups where we'll fight amongst each other.
Yeah, the coup d'etat, the internal civil war. And
absolutely,
like you just said, I do think there is a technological side to this. And I've been researching this new concept for me called brain to skull technology, and how they've got all these different ways. Like, people are going to think I'm crazy here, and I don't care. Even walking past the new style lampposts, people don't. They're connected to DARPA, a weapon company. Yeah, so that, I'm talking about the new super thin LED lampposts. Yeah, when you walk past them, apparently they have the ability to even affect your chakra. So there's about 13 chakras, in the body, 7 like main ones. Apparently, I was watching this whole deep dive, and they've got technology where it can even affect your chakras, so they can affect your root chakra.
In front of us, stop us seeing certain things that would perhaps question narratives. And you know, it's now just been ramped up, and it's happening across social media too. My feed on social media, I see posts from a few people, but I will get suggestions of people to follow and adverts now more than I see anything else.
Wow. Yeah.
But so I think the time has come that the people that are going to wake up probably have. We get more every day, but I think the mass are probably already here with us. And those that are new to it are probably still being overwhelmed by the amount of information that's being sort of shoved in their faces. But I agree with you. We really need to focus not on trying to force people to wake up, but by working with people that have,
Yeah, I've really fallen in love with the block button. Love it recently. Like I do. Like, let me be clear. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I don't want to just have people that just are yes men around me. I love to be challenged. I was talking to someone on the train today that overheard a voice note, and he started.
And what I was saying.
Hey, how do I get my IT team to stop wasting time on repetitive tasks?
Good question.
Was, if you look at the footage from the films The Cabbage Fairy and Midwife to the Upper.
All right, I had to speed it up a little bit to get past all of that. He about to start going into it now, and hopefully I'll be able to play the other video. So just bear with me, because like I said, I had some technical issues with this fucking StreamYard. I don't know what the hell. StreamYard always be bugging on my computer, but don't worry about it. We're gonna try to get through it. All right. I ain't gonna shut down the live, and we're gonna keep the live going. All right. So definitely just bear with me. All right. So peace.
Classes, which were directed and actually starred and produced by Alice Guy Blash. Now, this is a 19-year-old movie director that 5 minutes earlier is working as a secretary for a company that just produces film. I don't mean they make movies, actually the film itself, the rolls of film. She took inspiration from going to see the World's Fair at Paris, the Paris Expo, and saw the incubator babies there. And from that, she made these films. But
first film ever, right, guy? Ever to be made.
First narrated film ever. But the problem with it is the hole in the story is not just her and her dubious background, but also the fact that the World's Fair took place a year after the film came out. So, and in that, so what I would suggest people do is watch the second film that she produced of the same genre called Midwife to the Upper Class. Now, in that, a middle-class couple are coming to buy a baby. They go to a stand and she shows them dolls and they're shaking their head. They don't want a doll. They want a real baby. She picks up a white doll again and they shake their head. She goes to the Cabbage Patch. She picks up a white baby. They have a look at it. She's holding it by its limbs, lays it down on the floor, goes and gets another one. Then she picks up a black doll and they immediately say no. She then carries on picking up white ones. In the end, they pick one, they buy it, and off they go. This is referencing the Cabbage Patch Babies, which is the repopulation of the world after Tartaria. So then you marry that up with the postcards that came out. So these were actually originally designed by three sisters from New Zealand. They became really popular in Germany, then went into Europe, really popular in France, then England, then ultimately in America. They all depicted babies being grown in cabbage patches. They're all white, Caucasian. You know, some people call them Caucasian, white, whatever. A lot of people say, well, Caucasian actually comes from the Caucasus Mountains, blah, blah, blah. But, it's terminology that we kind of stuck with. So it appears to have been a mass repopulation exercise where they whitewashed.
Wow.
Because if you look at literally whitewashed. So if you look at the original nobility throughout Europe, from really the 1300s, following our timeline as we know it today, without going down that rabbit hole, it was the Moors that came from North Africa that became ultimately the nobility throughout Europe, that built everything, all these cathedrals and in star forts and so on.
So look, right, I don't agree with him with that. You already know how I think the people who went over there into Europe, the people who went to Europe was people from the Americas, right, that went into North Africa and then went into the Mediterranean and went all the way through Europe. Or if you want to believe the Tartarian concept of the people that we went through Alaska and went through that way. So there's multiple different stories of how they telling you. When they talking about the Bering Strait theory, they talking about people leaving the Americas going into Tartaria and all them places. They're not talking about it's reversal. They're trying to just make an explanation to why we see these mosquitoes and why do we see these why do we see these Asian looking people? You know what I'm saying? Why do we see them here? Where do they come from? But the story actually, when you get into Tartaria and you really do the story, the research, the Tartaria, they're telling you people went through Alaska and went over the land bridge and went into Russia from the Americas. Okay, that's what they saying. But nonetheless, though, but even what he's saying, like I said, some people would disagree with me and say, "Oh no, the Moors are only from Portugal and Europe." Right? Everybody know that the Moors is in Europe, all of Europe, not just the 1711 stupid ass story. The Moors are in all of Europe. That's why the Italians and the Sicilians say that they have Moorish blood, because Moors was in all of Europe. But my thing is, when he's saying this, I believe that the original inhabitants of Europe was niggas from the beginning. No one went there. Yeah, people went there, but people went there when there was no Europeans on the planet. There was no Europeans 1,000 years on the fucking planet. If he's saying 80% of Europeans are cloned, and we can track this down to the 1900s when they had these so-called world fairs and they had these orphan trains and everything, all of that starts there. So where did the other 20% of them came from? We know that they couldn't been inhabited in Europe, like they were saying. They was in no dominant position. So I don't agree with that part, but like I said, he's going into some things that I do agree with. So let's get back into it.
They then came into Britain and then over Africa. They all depicted babies being grown in cabbage patches. They're all white, Caucasian. You know, some people call them Caucasian white, whatever. A lot of people say, well, Caucasian actually comes from the Caucasus Mountains, blah, blah, blah. But, it's terminology that we kind of stuck with. So it appears to have been a mass repopulation exercise where they whitewashed.
Wow.
Because if you look at literally whitewashed. So if you look at the original nobility throughout Europe, from really the 1300s, following our timeline as we know it today, without going down that rabbit hole, it was the Moors that came from North Africa that became ultimately the nobility throughout Europe that built everything, all these cathedrals and in star forts and so on. They then came into Britain.
Now, notice he mentioned star forts. Like I've been telling people for years. And like I said, the star forts is in America. No one came here and built them. We was the ones who built them. That's why you see all these Greco-Roman and this Gothic style buildings in the Americas. Americas have all of them architectures. The cathedrals, the Greco-Roman style, the Gothic style, the star forts, the castles, the pyramids. We have all of the architecture that you see around the world. And I can even show you other things that is in other parts. Like New York has a lot of architect that you see in Europe, and you see in Germany, you see in Russia, you see in Italy. That has a lot of different architecture. So for him just to say the star forts, right? That's interesting. You understand? Because even a star fort that's down in St. Augustine, they came up with a story of saying how they imported bricks to build that, when they don't know that building probably been there for 2,000-3,000 years. But let them tell it, and like he said, whitewash. That's why you can't believe nothing that they saying. Even if we're not 100% accurate on the timeline or on the actual dates, we're not going to get it from none of them. They didn't erase most of that history. So we have to put this in proper perspective. I'm not telling you my timeline is right, but I damn sure ain't going to pull up no literature that's going to give me the time that it was created. So now we have to say, all right, well, boom, we cross-reference the information here. We can't be absolute and precise with everything, because all sources or some sources are fabricated. You understand? But when these people are saying it, these people been saying, and they go back into even when we talk about the Black Europeans, they was calling them Moors too, all through Europe. Every so-called Negro or dark-skinned complexion person at that point, it wasn't they calling them. I don't know where the word originated from. You understand? I got my theories or whatever, connecting it to the Amaru, connected to Moro and all this other stuff, right? But that's my theory. And that's only coming from the etymological standpoint of it, right? But when you get into Europeans that's saying this shit, and they know that he said from the 13th century. So he's saying even in the 13th century, Europe was inhabited and was being controlled by so-called Negroes. So now we bring that to 1492, right? Because we see even at the 1492, the people who occupying Europe and controlling Europe are still niggas. So when niggas sit up here and say, "Oh, Europeans went to Africa and bought people from Africa," how? Europeans wasn't running nothing. The people who was running it was people who look like us. And I don't think a lot of these people got the memo or even understand that. You understand that? I don't think a lot of them even, when people talk about slavery, these people don't even know. These people don't even know who was running Europe. They don't even know who's running Europe. When people talk about, oh, white people came from Europe and went to Africa, how? In the 14, 15, 1600s, Europe was occupied by a lot of descendants that came from this land. It was only until later on when they got overtaken, when you start coming into like the 1900s with the Berlin Conference and World War I and II. World War I and II was to erase a lot of the so-called, like he said, the so-called Aborigines, or you want to get melanated people who actually controlled that land. And this is when you start to get the Reconstruction, when they start taking over some of these schools and start getting us to go to their schools so that they can brainwash us to thinking that, yeah, we came from a different place, and we came from, like I said, there's a lot of different material literature that we can kind of cross-reference and we can put the pieces back together. But for anybody to still be saying that, anybody who still believe that Europeans was running shit at the time when they telling in 1619 and all of these other fabricated stories, 1492 and all of these other stories or whatever, you obviously didn't do proper research, and you're regurgitating information and literature that Europeans want you to regurgitate. They set up these historical traps, and people go back and read it and look for sources, and they don't know how to, like I said, they don't know how to do investigative research on it. They just take this stuff for face value. The most ridiculous thing I can still hear people say today, oh, we were slaves. We let white people wasn't running nothing. They weren't running nothing. We just read that the whole world was damn near black. We just read the whole world was black. So how were white people conquering the whole world where the majority of the people in the world looked like you and me and was able to go to other places and take over? Man, it don't make no fucking sense, man. And it never made sense. It never made sense. From the slave shits, and then you got other so-called Pan-Africans who want you to stay being a slave. These niggas want you to stay in that mind state and keep reiterating that we were slaves, and then with these so-called victim stories that don't make no one feel good when they hear none of this stuff. No one feel good. And then you thinking that Europeans hate you because of, I don't know what reason, but the real reason they hate you because they know that you were the original people who had dominion over them. That's why they don't like us. That's why they have a problem with us. We were sleeping with their women, not their women. We were sleeping with, well, we can say their women. You can say that. We were sleeping with their women, right? Because a lot of them couldn't even repopulate with them. They couldn't even have children with them. Like you see now, these people are not populating. The only people that's going and populating with these people are so-called melanated people or American Aborigines or some of these other so-called melanated people that come from these other different countries. They're sleeping with white women, having babies with them with no problem. Well, you see white men, they can't even produce. They'll be with a white woman for 3 years, and then they gotta go to a doctor. They gotta get some type of they have to get some type of medication for them to be able to have babies with them. They got to do all this what's the name, insemination, all of this stuff, man. So it's like, when we really look at this stuff, for anybody to be saying in 2026, running around here saying we need reparations for slavery. Oh, the colonizer, they didn't colonize your goddamn mind. And you running around here colonizing everybody else with these ridiculous stories that you have never even sat there and did the knowledge to say, wait a minute, man. How would these people bring in 12 million people? If what we just read from the observation of the people of mankind, right? It said that they was a small population. So even at that point in time, when they tell you bring 12 million is more people than I mean, 12 million is a larger population than it probably was of European or Slavics at that point in time. So make it make sense, man. Please make it make sense. Stop believing what you hear these people saying. Yeah, America was the first civilization. That's what we've been, man. Listen, I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it for years. America's the first civilization. America, and like I said, when we get other sources like the Mediterranean 15,000 years, or the Great Cataclysm, and all these other stories are saying that people from the Americas went over into all of them areas, Russia, Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Britain, etc. We have evidence of this, or at least we have people who believe the same thing that we're saying, that believes it. So, like I said, they can't show you. They can only regurgitate something and show you a book source of some people who are talking from a theoretical standpoint. They're theorizing this stuff. They're not even saying that this stuff that they're saying is factual, but they will make you believe that. They will make you believe it. America is the first land the first land out of the goddamn ocean. The people of the Americas, which is our ancestors, and we say North America, our ancestors or whatever, are the people who populated the world. And whether it was through some of these genetic experiments, or it was through these clone so-called, and like I said, that's a whole nother thing that I gotta kind of like do some further research into, to try to get a greater perspective on, like, why would anyone want to make the population of Europeans grow? What was that about? You know what I'm saying? So don't fall for it, man. Somebody telling you that you was a slave, or that their ancestors were slaves, man. Listen, man. If they're not willing to admit that they're wrong, because these people will argue with you. They will argue with you to stay being slaves. Even FBAs, they will argue with you. And I'm not saying all FBAs. You got some FBA brothers and sisters who are very advanced and know the science of the gods. You know what I'm saying? They know the science of the gods. But at the end of the day, a lot of them, they fell for the European timelines and these European stories to make you feel inferior, make them feel superior. The story of slavery is to make you feel inferior. There's no superiority in that. And then they try to tell you, well, look what we did after slavery. Look what we did after 1865. Look, we built Black Wall Street, my nigga. Do you understand what 50 Black Wall Streets that existed before 1865? Do you know that there was hundreds and thousands of black towns or so-called Negro towns before emancipation proclamation? Do you know that? And like I said, we could put 100 people in the room. And I get on the microphone, be like, yo, how many of y'all believe y'all were slaves? Everybody would raise their hand. Everybody would raise their hand. And none of these people done their genealogy. And none of these people even got past believing that, oh, you see the word sharecropper, or if you see a picture of your people on a fucking farm, oh, they go to slave. Oh, we were slaves. Oh, people start, oh, we were slaves. Look at my grandmother. My grandmother was a slave. Oh, you don't see no white people around. Only thing you see is all niggas. You don't see not a single white person around. But they went and forced this mind state onto our people, and our people believe it. So let me get back into the bill, man. I got a little long-winded with that one, man.
And then over to America, and so from my research, a lot of them were enslaved. Ultimately, a lot of their descendants were enslaved and then told this story, or their children are told this story, that their parents had came over on ships. Now, some did, but not to that extent, because if you try...
Listen, even he know that it was black people in America already. Listen to what he's saying. Now he's going into the story. Listen to what he's saying. Let me pull that back a little bit right here. He's talking about us right now. Let me mute my mic.
Cathedrals and in star forts and so on. They then came into Britain and then over to America, and so from my...
Now, real quick, I wanted to stop it real quick, and I don't mean to keep on stopping it, but he's saying Moors came into America. I don't believe it. I believe that the people they call Moors came from the Americas and went over there. You can call them whatever name you want to call them. You want to call them Algonquin, Iroquois, Muskogee, or you want to call them fucking Seminole. You want to call them Timacoans, Yamasee, whatever terminology you want to call them. But just know that they came from here. Just know that they came from here. But the story is told in reversed. That they came over here. But then it for a greater sense, some of them did come back over here. This is when you get your influx of what most of us call Black Europeans in the Americas. See, these stories are being told in Europe, and the people in Europe know these stories, my nigga. They know these stories. They know it. We're the ones who having a hard time trying to process some of this stuff. And we get into the arguing, oh, we're not this and we're not that. Well, you could be whatever you want to be, but just know that whatever empire existed in America, we had people who went other places and came back here. And I've been saying this for years. And shout out to the other brothers who connect stuff and bring and with Black Europeans and a lot of this other information out there. This is information that kind of like this is good, great information that we need for us to get where we at, because a lot of these people out here are still telling you white people came over here and brought Black people over here. You got to get away from them stories.
Research, a lot of them were enslaved. Ultimately, a lot of their descendants were enslaved and then told this story, or their children are told this story, that their parents had came over on ships. Now, some did, but not to that extent, because if you try and do the maths on how many came across, how many ships they would need, and how long that would actually take, how many would die en route, none of it stacks up. The numbers are way off. So it appears that they've come up with lots of different backstories to wipe out the Moors, ultimately, to whitewash the population. And
can I just put a pin in it for 1 second and just ask a question? Because this is very significant what you're saying right now, yeah? This is even madder than the 80%. What you're suggesting is the Black people that were enslaved were actually in the countries that they were enslaved in already. They weren't transported. Right?
So yeah, I'm not saying all.
Not all, but
now look. Now let's take that into consideration of what he's saying, right? Because he understands some things, but I don't think he understands it in its entirety of what he's saying. Because somehow we're still saying that even though he know that in all them European countries it was Black people who ran shit over there, then we're still coming up with the suggestion that white people still came and enslaved people. No, they enslaved their goddamn minds. They enslaved you mentally. They didn't enslave you physically. They enslaved your minds mentally by creating these stories and making roots and making all of these other ridiculous stories. Are you seeing people getting lynched? These are people who are fighting for genetic survival. at nighttime. Now you gotta start saying, well, wait a minute, how were they able to do that unless some of them knew our movement and some of them had to be, some of these people were still on some of these plantations working for our people. That's how they knew what time to come and knew what to do. And this goes into the secret societies, this goes into the Scotch Rite Freemason, this goes to the Knights Templar, this goes into all of these so-called Freemasonry. The Freemasons and these secret societies was made to first take our science and displace us, then mentally displace us by telling these ridiculous stories of how these people were superior when these people wasn't even running their own. The country that they claim they came from, they wasn't in dominance then. They wasn't in dominance then. So, I mean, listen, man, this stuff, like I said, man, we've been doing this for a long time, and we've been hearing a lot of different stories. We've read a lot of books. We got a lot of sources. We got a lot of images. We have everything. But it's like when you hear a European say this, right? And I'm not saying we need, none of these people said, because we already got our sources. But it kind of reestablishes things for the people who don't believe it. Because some people need a European to say something for them to believe it. I didn't get this from no Europeans. I got this from the guards. The guards is talking about this type of information. And I had to be a student. I had to be astute. I had to sit down and learn until I was able to learn enough to where I can have, you know what I'm saying, an audience or have individuals who are willing to learn and at least understand what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying, and do your research from there. So, man, peace to guys, peace to guys. This thing is deep, man.
Yeah. And so I remember I read this in your book. If we was to the claim of how many slaves were transported during that period of 400 years, it would. I remember it's in your book, man. I'm gonna mash it up, but something like 20,000 boats a minute had to go. Something. It was just one of them crazy figures, and I remember going, "Wow!" Like, what? Maybe. I'm not saying slavery didn't happen, but they've duped us, and I think, and it's very, and that's why when it comes to Black History Month, they keep on going back to slavery. You was a slave, and actually maybe it was the absolute opposite. And we're learning about the Moors now, and Vladimir Putin is talking about the Moors and the black royalty. So sorry, I just had to mention that because being a black, mixed race man, to know that actually maybe this horrific story of slavery and how we were taken to Kunta Kinte, all of this stuff, it's not actually the total truth.
Yeah. Because the numbers just don't add up. There weren't that many ships. And one particular place where they said that they came from, that they purchased from a leader a significant number of what we class as slaves, if we, according to the narrative, it would have actually reduced the population of that particular town and area of Africa to 0. So it doesn't make sense. So I literally sat there with a calculator, had all the figures in front of me, and obviously I've written this down in Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids. I've broken it down. The conclusion, if they were with the number of ships that were available and the capacity within those ships. And they can't perish on the way, otherwise it would be a pointless exercise. They'd still be doing it now. And it's a little bit like what we're told about what happened.
They'd still be doing it now?
Still be shipping them now.
Stop it. Guy Anderson, man.
And it's a little bit like what we're told happened in the Second World War. With the number of people that went into chambers. I mean, those numbers don't stack up either. And they have since said that actually it's quite likely that it was overestimated. But even so, those numbers don't.
So like even what he said, World War I and II, man, the Berlin Conference, that's where it really took place over there. But then like the Civil War numbers is all bullshit too. Where's all these graves at for all these people who supposed to die in the Civil War? Where's the declaration of war? None of this stuff exists. You understand what I'm saying? None of this stuff exists. Now, it may have been a war, like I said, between the so-called Slav, because I also, my last build I did, I actually showed how the Rockefellers, well, not the Rockefellers, but the Rothschilds, right? How the Rothschilds funded certain groups of people in the Americas. The Rothschilds is responsible for making the 1865 United States of America. They're the new Constitution. You understand? They're responsible for that. And from what I'm gathering from it is that once they freed these Slavics, they funded them. They funded them to take over. They gave them money to create towns, right? A lot of these towns in the West, but then they also came back to the East and started burning down a lot of our towns. So this is like it goes. All this stuff goes all the way down to when we get into the Dawes Road. All the stuff goes into when we get into, like I said, because even when we were segregated, they made you think that segregation was bad and integration was good. Integration is only so you be in their jurisdiction and for them to control you. After they got the funding from these people to create, I mean, not to create, but to be able to establish and be able to war against our people on our own land. So, like I said, if you listen to what the brother's saying, he's on point about a lot of the information. Yeah, segregation was an invasion. That's right. That's a fact. That's a fact. We never need to be. Why would we need to be integrated? When I showed you Sir Solomon Jones, everybody got cars in the 1900s. Why did we need to be segregated with them? What did we need? What did we possibly need from them? Or what did they possibly need from us? Was it for us or was it for them? It was for them. We didn't need to segregate with none of them. Or integrate, rather. We didn't need to integrate with none of them. Because as we were segregated, that's when we was in our originally. And like I said, a lot of these so-called, like, you see, like, I was watching, I've been checking this Nolan Wells thing out. I've been tapping in on that every now and then or whatever, about the kid that got killed in Mississippi. And they were saying, like, my man broke something down. I forgot the cat name, but he broke down some of the white boys that was involved in that and how some of their families go back to the mid 1900s. And these are some of the same people who was part of the Klan and part of some of these organizations to take over a lot of these southern towns or whatever and run a lot of towns, run a lot of our people through run a lot of our people out. And then we started to do the migrations up north and all of this other stuff or whatever. But these people, the people, why they're so racist in places like Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, because they're fighting for genetic survival. They're fighting. Look how hard it took for them to even get any land. They could not own no land. Look how hard they had to fight just to get what they got. You think these people just gonna give it up like that? And you think these people fought so hard to put you back to make you inferior to them? You think these people are gonna give you some cash fucking payment so that you can fucking have? That's why every time any of these so-called reparations studies always come up, it's always a nothing burger. It's always, oh yeah, we did the studies and we realized, oh yeah, well they don't need it and this and the third. And then they use one of our own people that is part of like these secret societies, the Boule. We already know, how a lot of these establishments was established and what they're established for. They're established for them people and their family, right, to maintain wealth, meanwhile keeping our peoples and a lot of our other peoples like in this, not impoverished, because a lot of us are not impoverished. A lot of us got new cars, got houses, we eat pretty good or whatever. But there are some impoverished black people, and that is a whole nother story that I really don't want to get into right now. But however it goes or whatever, that's the reason why in the South Europeans are so fucking racist, or Slavics are so racist like they are. And this stuff is painting a picture on the reason why they really don't dislike us and really don't really have this vitriol towards us, to where they want us to be under them, and they always want to be ahead of us. You know, we had colleges in the 1800s, my nigga. Why did we need Brown versus Board? We had colleges in the 1800s. You know, when I show you this Sir Solomon Jones, and we go back into, you know, the stories of Oklahoma and all these other stories, South Carolina, other parts, North Carolina, and other parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Brooklyn, New York, and we see how black people was living then. Them brownstones in Brooklyn was built by us. Most of them brownstones in New York was occupied by black people until they found the way to put crack and then to make some of these communities unlivable, or make some of the people want to get up out of there because of the crime and because of the you know, because of the criminality that these people oppose on some of our people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, we have to really understand, man. People is not going back. People is looking at, oh, look. It's the 1900s. We see people driving around and people living nice. Oh, look how we did after slavery. We did good after slavery, my nigga. You think people built that shit in 35 years, my nigga? A whole town? You think they built this in 35 years, bro? A whole town with brick buildings? You think they built this in 35 years, my nigga? If you believe that, you are a goddamn idiot. You understand? Man, I don't know, man. Like I said, I be having some of these conversations with some of these individuals, man. And you know, sometimes I just don't be wanting. I try to meet people where they at this point in time. I don't be wanting to have debates with my people because, you know, like, we see how hard it is for people to, you know, relinquish the term of being a slave and all of this other Pan-African garbage that we done got over the years that ain't do nothing for our people, that just kept our people in the same mind state, and to allow people to have mental control over us, man. This thing runs deep. But let me get back into the bill, man, because my man Lil Wild right there. He's a mulatto though, but he's very you know what I'm saying, informed with a lot of information too. So let's get back into it.
Stack up. So I think that we're given these incredible numbers to almost overwhelm us without actually sitting down with a pen and paper and a calculator, thinking, hold on a moment, I've just done the sums on this, and none of it seems to really make sense. So I think things are significantly exaggerated, so they have far more impact. And you know, a famous German leader, the Chancellor, who we can't say, I don't think, or, well, maybe we can, the man with the moustache, who may or may not have been Charlie Chaplin, Walt Disney, whoever, the painter that ended up in Argentina, and his grandson became Obama. And that man, he said famously, the bigger the lie, the more likely they'll believe it.
Wow. Yeah.
So so I think that they've whitewashed it, and it was Dolores Cannon. Dolores Cannon believed that, and a couple of people say she never said this, but she did it. She wrote this, and she said it numerous times. She believed that about 80% of the population was soulless. Now, I don't believe that. I think everything alive has a soul. You know, my dog next to me. You know, everyone has a soul, and
y'all gotta read that. That Slavic woman, Dolores Cannon. She has a lot of intuition, like, and she's really linked into a lot of these ancient sciences. I've researched some of her material or whatever, but for her to say that 80% of them are soulless, go figure. Nigga will lynch you and then cut off, and then let all the people cut off all your body parts. And like I said, just because they lynch you, this have nothing to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with slavery. These are militia groups, and they're fighting for genetic survival, and they're running into towns and lynching most of the property owners and most of the rich, the upper class, so-called American Indians, American Aborigines. They're lynching them. and then they're collecting items. They're taking they taking souvenirs and putting them into jars, and they doing this horrific stuff. Who would do some horrific shit like that to anyone? Unless they're fighting for genetic survival. It has nothing to do with they're mad because you was released from slavery, and because even when you go into the numbers, they say only 5% of so-called Europeans, which we don't know what Europeans they were. We don't know what Europeans they were. You said that the people who occupied Europe was niggas, people who look like us. Just like the term slave itself. A person mentioned the word slave. Oh, that's us. Look. Oh, that's our people. Oh, we were slaves. Like, yo, my nigga, like, do you not do like, okay, you read, but you don't have, see, a lot of people read, but they don't have discernment with what they're reading. And then they haven't done enough research to cross-reference this with anything else. You're reading one particular novel, and then you're taking it face value. You're taking it for face value. You're not doing your due diligence and doing the proper research because you don't think there's no research. You believe everything you learn in school is absolute and factual. So you have no reason to question any of it. You have no reason to question that these niggas bought 12 million people from Africa and bought 10 million people. You have no reason to question that because they didn't gave you other so-called educated black people who you don't question at all. You don't question none of these people. So we got a stalemate here because it's like, yo, you telling me these ridiculous stories and we're believing it, and then them stories only make them people feel more like it only builds their confidence. These stories are not good for our people to keep hearing, and for people to keep on spewing these so-called myths. These are myths. Shout out to Philly OG. These are myths. These are straight a myth that they then grabbed you and took you and brought you to a whole other place where there was wild, supposedly how they tell you was wild Indians in Virginia. And if these people would have came on the land, they would have gotten murdered. They would have got murdered. From what I've read about how territorial we were and how much we wouldn't allow no immigrant or no foreigner come to this land and do anything that we don't want them to do. This stuff is preposterous for you to believe somebody then brought some people over here and took over some land, and then the same land they took over is part of the Nottoway, the Narragansett, whatever tribes, the Pamunkey's that's in Virginia. The Narragansett is in Massachusetts, but the Nottoways, the Nassamans, all of these so-called tribes that was in Virginia, you think they just gonna let some Europeans pull up with some other foreigners and take over their crops? Oh, but they sold it to them, A1. They sold it to you. What you hey man, they made you an offer you can't refuse. They sold it to you. How you gonna turn down some money? Where you gonna spend this money at? They didn't have no malls. They didn't have no Neiman's and Marcus and fucking Nordstroms and Macy's and none of this stuff. So where was you going to spend this money at? And we had all the gold. So what somebody will come here and give you a paper coupon that is a debt. What are you going to do with that? Oh, they sold Manhattan. That's how they got Manhattan. Are you an idiot? And I'm not. I have to question your intelligence when it comes to these stories, my nigga, because you're not doing the science to none of this stuff. You regurgitating some information you done read in a book of some European who wrote this stuff purposely for you to believe it. And then use some of our people, token Negroes, to put some money in their pocket for them to keep you under the same fucking spell. And you believe it. And then when Europeans come out and tell you this stuff, you don't believe nothing. You don't believe nothing. You understand what I'm saying? You don't believe nothing. When the European, like I said, man, listen, you got a lot of Europeans out here that's good people. That's good people, man. That they ain't out here. They not racist. They don't care nothing about no race or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they give you a layup every now and then that we can add to the information that we already got. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, at the end of the day, we have to stop believing these fairy tales. It's a fairy tale for somebody to believe that thousands of ships came through the Atlantic Ocean when we had our own Marines. Where do you think they got the goddamn word from? Us. Was not able to come on land and just run up on land. They'd have got met with, if they came with 1,000 people, they'd have got met with 100,000 people. And I looked at some of the population theories of how many people was residing on the southeast seaboard, and it was you know, Henry Dobbins say that the population from you say Canada all the way down to Florida was in the 35 millions just in that region alone. And then when you get in the middle terrain where the Mississippi region, there's another 15 million people. So just from Canada, circle all the way through the Mississippi River, all the way back to Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, all the way from Florida, all the way back up to Quebec or whatever, not Quebec, but whatever town that is that where not where Niagara Falls is at, right? Because that cuts off like New York from Canada, right? And that region alone, they said was 50 million people there. Now I can't factually tell you, I can't, but I'm just saying, just the fact that somebody made an estimate and saying that this million people, but his estimate was saying it was 50 million people, and the 50 million people was killed by these so-called soulless people. But we know that didn't happen either. So let's get back to the bill, man. Hit that like button, man. Let me get some likes up in here, man, just so I can kind of get back in the algorithm. So when I do decide to do a bill, I can reach more people and this information can get out there, man. So definitely hit the like button. Please hit the like button.
And I think your soul is you. It's your energy. But what we don't necessarily have is genetic memory. And I think that that's the difference. So she suggested that 80% of the people on this earth were soulless. And she was referring to, I believe, the Cabbage Patch babies, which were mass produced to repopulate and whitewash, you know, completely whitewash. So whether it's a soul, it's your energy, it's your personality, your aura, your spirit. I think that everything living has that divine spark in them to be alive, because we are energy. Yeah.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the...
So I've got this a lot, being a mixed race man with a white mother, yeah, and I'm sure you're getting this a lot, yeah. People. So what? Your mum's a clone? Oh, so what? So you must be a clone then, because you're saying.
Now he's saying mixed race man with a white mother, okay, with a white mother, which most of these so-called mestizos or mulattoes came from. Most of the mulattoes, I'm gonna say all of the mulattoes. I'm not even going to entertain that no European, no white man was able to have a baby with an Aborigine prior to that Rogam shot being invented. I'm not even going to say that. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's like there's no evidence to support that. But most of the evidence we do see is of a so-called Negro mixing, or having some type of interaction with one of these Slavic women. And this is what we see even in sports today. We see this in sports today. The majority of interracial couples are black men sleeping with white women. It's not the other way around. Okay?
Caucasian people. So, like, have you ever looked at your own life and thought, maybe I actually have some clone DNA? Maybe we can discuss, even if there is clone DNA, it doesn't mean that the presence of the Most High can't be inside that vehicle. Maybe, you know, maybe you have to have a bit of, like, you know, non-Muggle blood. I'm not sure, but do you know what I mean? Like, maybe
I love that.
if I remember when you spoke, or maybe in your book, I think you did have a look, and maybe there was a chance that you'd seen that within your own bloodline.
Yeah, well, I made the mistake of sending off my DNA to Ancestry.com. Before I knew who owned Ancestry.com, I just thought it was a genealogy provider because my dad had never told us the truth about who his father was. It had been kept hidden. And my mother had been told that she had been found at the bottom of the garden in a cabbage patch. But what according to Ancestry, was somebody else entirely. And this was somebody from Crimea, which is now Ukraine, that was shipped over to America in the early 1900s, ended up joining the US Air Force and was stationed in Britain during the Second World War. My granddad, who I believe to be my granddad, was away. They had a little rendezvous. He comes back, my nan's pregnant, and out pops my mum. But I found it interesting that her brother and sister, throughout her whole childhood, said that she was found at the bottom of the garden in the cabbage patch. So, you know, it was inbuilt in me, that, but actually, I think that that's on my grandmother's side and not my, if you like, my blood. My real, I suppose, DNA grandfather, because he was from Crimea, which was Crimean Tartary. So his ancestors were from Tartaria. But there's I think it's within all of us. But what the girlies sort of shut me down, didn't let me say was, there's a huge difference between us and what was produced in the late 1800s, because it's been diluted. People that are, you know, that have ancestry that goes back hundreds of years, if not even further, will have at some point bred with people that are new, if you like, the replacements, the Cabbage Patch babies or the descendants of. So it's diluted. So there is a chance that we, you know, a lot of people have that in them. Yeah, a bit of a mixture. Yeah. So but what I was trying to sort of say was the fact that you're awake, I think, is directly connected to you question things or disengaged and stared out of the window.
And look, real quick, man, shout out to everybody, man. I'm right now I'm not reading the chat room, but shout out to everybody, man. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, man. Shout out to all the Tongtons, Aborigines, Indians, FBAs, Moors, North, South, Central, and the conjoined knowledge. But listen, this guy has to have a lot of courage to come out and make this claim that he's making. And he's one of them. You know what I'm saying? And he has to have a lot of courage and a lot of, you know what I'm saying? He has to be very heroic to come out and say that 80% of Europeans are clones, are not organic individuals who actually came from anywhere. So for him to just make that assumption or just to say that, he has to have irrefutable research or irrefutable proof that proves exactly what he's saying. Because it would make no sense that no one would just come out and make an outlandish statement like this, stating that. But we have other sources that we can cross-reference that can suggest that he is on point. So, like I said, man, when it comes to a lot of this information, man, we don't know. We think we know certain things or what they want. They only give you what they want you to know. And then information like him, it'll be somebody who hear this and say, oh, this guy's lying. Or no, well, why would he say it? And this is when they start the fake news and start push the narrative to make you think that everything this guy is saying is not credible. But we know better than this. And like I said, once again, I'm gonna reiterate this. If you think these people was running Europe in 1492, you need to come to some of these classes that the Aborigines and the Tongtons and even some of the Moors are talking about. If you believe that these people had any power, because even if you believe that they tell you, oh, Moors went into Europe in 711, that means they conquered y'all. So y'all wasn't in no power. But I don't believe that. I believe that the white people that's over there was taken from here. And I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna let Todd run some shit. And if I got time, I'm gonna play a few other videos or whatever. I'm trying to rock out to at least 7. I gotta go to work tomorrow. So trying to rock out to at least 7 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So we got another hour, a little over an hour and a half to go. So definitely, man, hit the like button, man. Share this build out, man. So you know some of the FBAs and some of the brothers and sisters who be regurgitating this slave nonsense of us being slaves and didn't need us being slaves and us being brought over here, and these people owe us because of that. Like, you are out of your mind, my nigga. We ran America all the way up until they got that agent Martin Luther King, and even a little bit before that, right? When they started the Brown versus Board and the you know, all of these other so-called plays that they was running on our people, man. But it took them years for us to be able to, for us to integrate into their society. You got some people who, like, when they burn down one town and flood another town, and then people move, and then the town over you move into, it's a sundown town, or it's a town where Europeans were very hateful or whatever. These are the images that you're seeing from these individuals. Like my man said, some of these people don't have a soul. Some of a lot of these people are clones. They're clones, and I'm not saying all of them. A lot of these people is genetically fabricated. So let's get back into the bill.
I think that that's because deep down inside, there is something telling you that this doesn't marry with the genetic memory that you carry. And DNA carries it. You know, this isn't a conspiracy. Your DNA carries your ancestors' memories up until the point of conception. And then it's more often than not a lot stronger through the mother. But we carry this genetic memory and we can access that. And it's everything.
And one more thing. Think about what he's saying right now. He said your DNA carries your genetic memory, right? This is the reason why some of us are able to vividly be able to get downloads and vividly be able to get, to pretty much get downloads, like I said, to get downloads to be able to even look up some of this research. Because some of this stuff comes from nowhere. You know what I'm saying? You'll be sitting, let me research this. Because that's your ancestors through your DNA talking to you, right? But then, like, you'll say, well, what the A1? Well, maybe some of these people who say they're slaves, their ancestors are talking. No, their ancestors are talking to them. Someone fabricated that, and you believe it because someone told you that. You believe it because it's for you. For some reason, it makes sense to you. Doesn't make sense to none of us. So let me get back.
That our ancestors have experienced right up until the point of conception each time, and obviously through the mother's side, through the gestation period. And so we sort of live in this world where we sit there and think, well, that doesn't make sense. I don't want that injection. Or I'm looking up at the sky and seeing something different to the person next door. And I think that that's connected to genetic memory. And the stronger your connection is to the people that lived before the reset in 1776, the more genetic memory you carry. But by now it's going to be heavily diluted. But it's clear, if you look at the postcards and the movies, the incubator babies, they were all white. Yeah. And that was the point I was trying to make. But that girl, she just, she didn't want to hear any of it. Yeah, I'm being racist. So I thought, what, against myself, my parents? You know what? Who? All I'm doing is sharing information that I've researched, and obviously with help from people like Dolores Cannon and other people that have helped me. Mind Unveiled on YouTube, huge following, really, really good. Sol's got some brilliant information, and he's a really lovely guy to talk to too. So this is information not coming from me. This is information I've gathered. So I suppose if I was a surgeon and I was about to cut you open without an anesthetic for a life-saving operation, my argument would be, I'm just doing what needs to be done, and I'm sorry if it hurts, but that's not my intention. I'm giving you as much information as I have, but you know, I didn't make the scalpel sharp.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built.
Yes, hearing that, you know, Caucasian can be quite shocking, but like you said, looking back at just the history of it and all the postcards and the Cabbage Patch Babies and all the propaganda and the incubator babies and the festivals and stuff like that, it was white children and white babies. It's undeniable, and it's not about emotion. We're talking facts, okay? So that's kind of pretty. It can be quite shocking, I think, at first, but for me, I believe almost all of us, black, white, Chinese, we've all been spliced and made in some kind of petri dish by some kind of Anunnaki, potentially some kind of Nephilim, some kind of darker reptilian, draconian.
Once again, I mean, I don't agree with all this shit right here. I don't believe all this stuff, right? We're the gods, okay? When they talk about the Anunnaki, they're talking about us. They're just trying to make you think that these people had to be some advanced individuals that came from somewhere else, when all along we came from the Americas. We are them people, okay? We're not, you don't have to say, okay, well, we're the actual Anunnaki or whatever, but the people who they're referring to as them are our descendants, my nigga. Because if we was able to, and like I said, even when you get into the book of Enki and Enlil, right? You get into that book or whatever, and it tells you about how they created people. And like I said, these stories has been passed down from, I can say, I mean, he said 1776, right? Around that time, right? But we know before then, because even you can get into even the timelines and say, well, 1492 might have been closer to like 1792, right? So I've heard that. I've seen research on that, right? So, like I said, I can't absolutely tell you factual of a timeline or chronology. I can't give you because chronology was created by these people. So I'm not even going to waste my time on trying to put this stuff into no chronological order, because the chronological order that they telling you is wrong. And like I said, through research, you see this. You see a lot of this stuff. The eye is the one is an eye, and some people say 1,000 years added to the timeline or whatever. So I don't even get caught up with the chronology. I just know for a fact, right, that Europeans have not been on this planet longer than 1,000 years. And I'm being generous even with saying 1,000 years, which my spirit want to tell me more like 500 years, maybe 400. It may be shorter than that. You understand what I'm saying? But, 1,000 years? Because what civilizations have these people had? If people was running Europe from 711, then all these stories we hearing about y'all doing all of this stuff at that time, how was you doing it? You're not the Romans. The whole Rome story is created. The whole Rome story created, all of them statues and artifacts that they got over there, all that shit was created in the 1960s. So we know that y'all wasn't the Roman. So what? All of these stories, what's that new movie? The Odyssey, all that shit bullshit, man. All that stuff is to make you believe that these people was in somewhere where they never existed, and these people ain't doing nothing but playing dress up and putting costumes on, playing, or they're imitating the people who really did it, which is our people. They're imitating them. They're putting on costumes to make you believe. And like I said, this go back into the whole eugenics to make one person inferior and make one person superior. They have to make you inferior by them fabricating these stories and them telling you, yeah, we was doing that or whatever. Then you look at it and say, well, this is impossible because y'all wasn't running. Europeans was not running Europe in the 1800s, my nigga. In the 1800s, my nigga. Let's say when the time when they told you that they stopped slavery in 1808, Europeans was not running Europe in 1808, my nigga. They wasn't running Europe in 1808. Okay? I gotta answer this. Let me play this video. Hold up.
My kind of like very loose philosophy is that like the Palladians worked with the Dracos to make us the food source, and that's why there's such a cannibalistic energy to us. You know, we got people eating the blood and the flesh of Jesus, or you go into McDonald's and there's so much human meat, or even if you're eating Pringles or Coca-Cola, there's aborted fetuses in it. There's so much cannibalism in our food. It's almost like they're trying to make us into this cannibalistic, weird, like food source.
Yes.
That's what I sense.
I think that is where pork is connected from, because if you look at the similarities between the pig and us, they're incredible. And you got my latest book. There's a chapter on that about it, and I think there's a very good reason why certain religions don't eat pork, and I think it's because they know the truth. I mean, this animal just bless you. This animal just suddenly appears a domesticated boar. Well, no, it can't be a domesticated boar because you can't use heart valves and the skin and other organs and tissue from a boar, but you can with a pig. So how do you get a pig to evolve through domestication from a boar? That would be a little bit, a little bit of a stretch, wouldn't it? So, they say that it's a dirty animal. No, it's not. It actually tries to keep itself clean. Interestingly enough, it burns in the sun. That's why they roll in mud, because they burn. And if you ever look in their eyes, they're human.
They've got eyelashes, man.
They have, and I think that by eating pork, I think that they have had the last laugh with us. They've watched us committing something that's almost cannibalistic.
Wow. Yeah.
So and obviously, within Christianity, there's this belief that the pig is the soul of the damned, that someone who's been a wicked person through their life comes back as a pig, and pigs can't look up. The neck doesn't allow them to look up, so they're forced to just look down for the rest of their lives. They can never see up to the heavens. And I think that there's a lot to be said for that. And cannibals as well, tribes that still occasionally practice cannibalism have said when, and incidentally, it is when Caucasian people turn up, they've referred to them as the long pig. And when they're asked, why do you call them a long pig? They say, because they taste exactly the same as pork.
Wow.
And that smell, the smell of bacon. Is there anything else that smells that good when you're cooking?
No.
And I think that this is all part and parcel of it. So we are being forced into cannibalism. We know that fast food like McDonald's, that the numbers don't stack up again there with the number of cows, the amount of patties you can make and so on. The FBI raided somewhere that was actually taking limbs from a mortuary, putting them into the McDonald's food supply, but McDonald's said they weren't aware of it. You've got KFC. They had an advert. They were dipping a person into the sauce. I think we are being, and incidentally, not only do I think we're being force-fed human meat, but also I think that within heavily processed food, that we are also being given the same crap, the heavy metals and everything else that's inside the vaccine. Because Bill Gates did say, if we wouldn't take it willingly, they'd put it in our food.
This appeared on your feed for a reason, and that reason is for you to join me in my free life hypnosis session this week to help you to supercharge your subconscious mind for success and take you from where you're at to where you want to be in a fraction of the time. Join me this week for a...
Exactly. And so that's why it's I haven't ate much meat recently. I was watching a doctor called
Me too.
Yeah, and I was watching
I'll go right off it.
Yeah, same. And he said one sentence that really shifted me. He says, if you want to have a nervous system which is safe and grounded, stop binding it with the death flesh. And just that one sentence, you know. And I'm not saying I won't eat meat again. And this is not about judging anyone. I don't care what no one does yet. But we definitely have to look at factory farming. It's not holistic. It's not beautiful. It's not sustainable. But I ate a lot of meat, and I ate a lot of meat out of trauma as well, because I'm nomadic, so I'm moving around a lot of the time, and it's easier just to go straight to the chicken shop. And I was addicted to chicken, guy. Like, I loved it. 2 chicken thighs and a drumstick, and that was me. Like, all the chicken shops in South London, as soon as I
of it all. So if they want us to start eating something different tomorrow, it's constantly in our faces. And with regard to eating meat, I still do occasionally.
I'm gonna switch it over because he start getting into like diets and nutrition and all this other stuff, which is very. I mean, what he's saying is very informative. Some of the things he take, I take some of the supplements he take, but nonetheless, though, let me switch the gears and get into the next part of the bill.
Comes Moorish history when it becomes a patriarchy. Same ancient Asiatic nation of authority.
Oh yeah, if you're one of the people who's sensitive to hearing anything about a Moor or anything, I'm not pushing that you're a Moor. I'm not telling you should get a fez. We just connecting the information, and Todd is going to be talking about the Yucatan Peninsula and how the genetic experiments took place there. Okay, so if you have any problem with him having the feds on, please do not put "we're not Moors" in the chat room. No one telling you're a Moor. You can be whoever you want to be, but for the sake of the information, we're learning from a Moor right now. Okay, so please be respectful and let's just get through the bill so we can connect the dots. All right. So peace to guys. All right.
And color of office, which has been the problems that humanity, for the most part, has been suffering in these days. And so we're sharing some of this information with the general public because it all involves the birthright or the divine right of humans in general. And logically, in order for us to begin or to maintain the movements of helping to uplift fallen humanity, we must know some of the history of the ancient Moabite in order to understand some of the motivations of activities that take place in the geopolitical world that affects everybody. And being a part of the Moorish Divine and National Movement, logically, wars that most of you have been living your whole lives experiencing these continuous wars. And to counter the synagogue of Satan, you have to kind of understand some of their motivations. So we'll share some of the history of the nigger problem with you, because most of the operators of the synagogue of Satan are in corporate organizations. And just take a screenshot. And what we're dealing with is, and I'll read some of the notes: heterogeneous hybrida, heterogeneous hybrida, also known, as they've told you loosely in some of the schools, the Paleolithic. That's what they call the Paleolithic man, or the ruddy red breed that's referenced in the book of Genesis also. So this is alluding to the main reference points of this treatise that we're having tonight. And that treatise, we will authoritatively state that there is scientific evidentiary proof that quote unquote nigger is not a grammatically truthful nor scientifically applicable when it is imperfectly signified to relate to the consanguinity or pedigree of the original Asiatic woolly-haired, dark olive complexion natural peoples of the earth. It refers to the anthropoid, i.e. species known as gorilla and chimpanzee. The operations of the heterogeneous hybrida experiments took place in the peninsula in the north, the lower part of the North Gate, i.e. known as Mexico, and the peninsula thereby beneath it in general is where those experiments took place that brings about the heterogeneous species that is known loosely to the world as the Albion ruddy breed, sometimes loosely referred to as the European, i.e. And many of the people not knowing why they are referred to as modern man, that is why, because they're actually a heterogeneous hybrid. Now, in relationship to the Roman order takeover on the planet in modern ancient history, because remember, when you're talking ancient history, it's actually modern to the ancient Moabites. But in reference on how history has been taught to the general masses, we will qualify those references. And so by virtue of the Roman order attacking the Moabite bloodline, now the Moabite bloodline will be referred to you in the Septuaginta, the Bible or the Quran, as the bloodline of Yeshua ben Yosef, and that would be referred to as the bloodline of Jesus. That is the woolly-headed, dark complexion, i.e. peoples, and the bloodline of the ancient Moabites, which in the modern days will be referred to as Al-Moroccan, which means descendants of Moroccans, and in short referred to as Moors or the Moorish. So the modern mixed breed of the ancient Moabites is Moorish. That's where Moorish comes from. So the misprision that we're experiencing on the planet is in essence the maladministration of public office and the neglect in preventing or reporting.
And look, I want to say this too. I know it's going to be hard for some of y'all to get through, right? The Moabite thing, I don't agree with. The more thing I don't agree with, but the information dealing with the Yakub experiments and dealing with like the incubator babies and the Cabbage Patch Kids will be referred to also as the Yakub experience. And what he said about the Negro thing, he was right about that. Research does connect with what he said about that. But don't think that I'm playing this. Everything he's saying, I totally agree on. Okay, I do not totally agree on everything or whatever. But shout out to the God, shout out to the elder Taj, though. Definitely shout out to him. Let him get through his bill. And like I said, how we used to say, chew the meat, spit the bones out. Okay, this may not be for everybody, but don't be like, oh man, he's playing that. Listen to the information and how it connects to what Guy Anderson just said, dealing with these Slavics and dealing with the creation of these people. Okay, so peace to the gods, bro.
A crime. It is also the failure to uphold the public trust, etc. Now, Inquisition policies, which have and do promote illiteracy, have negatively contributed to the human drama in North America and has been exported abroad. And truth is sometimes stranger than fiction. And violations are reflected in the stagnant social economic condition of the world and in human society as a whole. And the offspring of the demon colonial oppression and see and experience. Now, there logically, we're not going to go through the whole book, but we're going to give you certain key points of comprehension to understand what you're actually dealing with. And so you're dealing with a hybrid species that has maintained or is reflecting part of his heterogeneous origin, i.e., and this is what studies and anthropology as the so-called evolution from the chimpanzee by Mendel, etc., and persons like that among them who talk about the origin of man, avoiding the truth of the heterogeneous experiments that took place in the mixing on the plateaus of what is now known as Mexico. Now, I'm going to try to find some parts that'll give you some keys of comprehending the operations of the heterogeneous species that we're dealing with today. So when you're understanding or comprehending what you're dealing with, your state of mind changes. And what we're sharing today is only to remove some of the fog or some of the mystery about the dynamics of the human condition that we're suffering today, so that we can become more responsible and more erudite and more competent in our analysis of the geopolitics that is affecting humanity today, having a comprehension of what you're actually dealing with. And so we'll deal with disease and rejection as an example, right? So a variable period of intersocialization between the natural peoples with the humanoid logically brought about curiosity and some intermixing, and in many other instances, out fighting, which you will see, and the rejection of the troglodytes. The troglodytes is referring to the heterogeneous hybrids that are now known publicly as the Europeans that we refer to as the Europeans today. This is the constant wars that have been going on from the ancient Punic Wars on up to the Battle of Poitiers, France, the Christian Crusades, etc., etc., etc. This is the basis. You need to understand that. And so those are referred to as troglodytes, the heterogeneous hybrids. And so logically, it brought about curiosity because people are constantly trying to analyze politically why things are going on today as they're going on, why the hybrid Europeans are so contrary to the Asiatic people. What is the that ancient hatred that is expressed against humanity and expressed against Aboriginal people, and why we've been so mistreated by the Albions, i.e. that you know today as Europeans, etc. So you need to understand that they're actually the descendants of the heterogeneous hybrids. That is also referred to in the book of Genesis, metaphorically with Rebecca's sons, Jacob and Esau, etc., and that creation of what is referred to is the different peoples, or actually the Abrida, right? So the Abrida is also what you would refer to as hybrid. So Abrida actually means the hybrid. And that in the hybrid is the troglodyte. And the troglodyte is the Albion Europeans. All right. So the hybrids also attracted, a plural, right? Pardon me. And because of the print is so small, I'm actually using a magnifying glass to read it. So excuse the hesitation. I just want to make sure that I'm reading it to you properly. And so the troglodyte rejection, which is abnormal general disorder, and of course they brought about diseases, etc. This is why wherever the Albions have gone in the past centuries, they brought diseases with them. They were actually understanding that they evolved from what is known as the Paleoliths. So the Paleoliths is actually heterogeneous hybrids that are actually the modern day Europeans, which have been mixed over the millennia, glands produced pungent odors and distress of the central and the distress began to creep into the once peaceful societies of the Moabite indigenous or indigenes of Central and Southwest. And aside from the logistical problems created by and from these diseases, education and socialization, so new uncharted diseases appeared. The name nigger actually has its origin. It is actually from the Panjade.
I'm back. StreamYard kicked me out for a second, but I'm back. Let's get back into it.
Is what the people refer to as the Roman bullas, bullas. And so those are the dictates from the popes of Rome, and that's where you have
And real quick, just in case you don't understand, it said nothing planned. Y'all can't hear it. Y'all, can y'all hear it? Press 1 for me, somebody, if y'all can hear me. because it just went out for 1 second. I wasn't go. I was right here. Okay, look. Why he keep mentioning Rome? Because when listen, all of these so-called hierarchies go back to Rome. All of them. Judaism, well, Israel was created by the Rothschilds. With the Rothschilds are nothing but extension of Rome. But what they do is they hide all of these organizations under one, like I said, centralization. Centralization will be Rome and the Pope. The Pope run Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth run the Rothschilds and all of these other rich families. And you get into oh my God, I can't even think of some of the rich families right now. Name that they say are being controlled by so-called melanated, like when they talk about the Black Pope and all that shit going to the Medicis and all of these other families, and then you got the lower end of that is the Rothschilds, and the Rothschilds created Israel, and the Rothschild created the United States of America for Rome control. So when he keeps saying Rome, he know that all of these entities and all of these organizations go back to Rome. Sky's Right, Freemason, Knights of Templar, all that shit go back to Rome. That's why he keeps saying Rome, because he know who is actually in control. So instead of just cutting to the chase, that's right. Instead of just cutting to the chase and just saying a name that you're going to think, no, we're going to go back to the people. Because remember, when they tell you about the dumb devices and the doom devices and what's the name? Oh my God, the paper bull and all that, they said it came from Rome, but it came from other melanated people who was in control that tried to get us under their rule. So this goes back into the story of 1492. This goes back into how they came over here and even took a lot of the stuff that we had in that area where he's talking about. In the not the Mediterranean, in the Yucatan Peninsula is where you find when you talk about Quetzalcoatl and him on the cross and and Thoth and all this stuff. All that stuff comes from that area. They stole that, hijacked it, made it a deity that you continue to pray to, that you can't tap into that higher knowledge to basically control thyself. So basically it gives them superiority that you have to go through their deity in order to reach a higher what how do I want to say that the higher self. Okay, if it makes sense, if that makes sense. I'm just kind of paraphrasing, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate why he keeps saying Rome. All right, let's go. Let's get it.
These ancient wars from past to present to presence, which is referred to as the wars of Rome against the Moabite bloodline, loosely referred to the battle between Rome and Jesus. That's simply a loose or very elementary way of talking about the ancient wars among the human families. The wars against Rome and against the ancient Moabite bloodline, just simply referred to as Rome, i.e., assassinating the Jesus bloodline. That's loosely what they're telling you, because that's really what's going on. And so when you really understand the actual sociology, the state of your mind will change, and a lot of the ancient hatreds you will find totally unnecessary and actually evolving from misinformation and misprision. And so we need people to start thinking more objectively and more intelligently relative to what they're actually dealing with, dispensed and disposed from what they assumed to be the truth. This is why this information is generally not shared with the public, but is only held in secret societies for the power control of those who have been misruling the world. The Moorish movement is put in place to help bring some remedy. However, the truth is uncomfortable because it disposes of These stages are respectively characterized by local formations of chancres or ulcers, but keep in mind the vowels are interchangeable. And so when you're talking more MUUR, you're talking the Israel. So in order to really understand the politics that you're dealing with, I just gave you an archaic background of the heterogeneous hybrid known as the troglodyte nigger, which is modernly known as the Albion and known as the Europeans, etc. That's the Albion Europeans, and this is the political problems that you're experiencing today. Those who knew the real history, this is why you were told not to amalgamate with the troglodyte nigger. And so those who knew the real history knew really why you were told not to intermix with them, because their mission would be to destroy humanity. It's an unfortunate reality, but I just told you the truth. Once you know.
And look, check this out too, right? Remember, everything that these people project on us is what they are, right? Everything that they project on us is what they are. They called us a slave and they're a slave. They calling us niggers and they niggers. You know what I'm saying? Make that make sense. Okay? Make that make sense. And like, even, you know, we never called ourselves Negro. Negro was applied to us by Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was the one that established us as Negroes. First it was colored, then it was Negro, then it was black, then it was African American. Martin Luther King and some of them civil rights leaders and some of the talented 10 was the ones that reestablished that term Negro and nigger and all that. So these niggas, these people flipped the script. They flipped the script, flipped the term Negro, calling you a Negro, calling you a slave, and we calling ourselves this because we believe everything that these people teach us is right and exact, my nigga. So make that make sense, bro. Look at how we've been duped. Look at how we've been played, my nigga. We've been freaking played. Think about this, man. We was told we were slaves. We was told this wasn't our land, even though your ancestors were saying we Indians and we're Tauntauns and all this other stuff, right? We ignored what they was telling us, went along with what we learned in school. Then the stuff we learned in school, we went back home trying to program our people, and then our people like, nah, we not from no Africa. We not this, that, and the third. You understand what I'm saying? And we then found a way, even in 2026, to sit here and argue. Somebody would come up on here and argue with me, like, man, we are Negroes, we are slaves, man. We ain't none of that stuff, bro. These are all terminologies that these people then projected, or they didn't flip the script on us and made us everything that they are, and then we looking at them like these people. It's like everything. Think about it like this, man. Look at all these immigrants come over: Chinese, Indians, and I'm not saying that because I got friends of all nationalities. I'm not even trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm hateful, because I don't want to sound like I'm hateful, but I'm just speaking the truth of my observation, what I observe sometimes, right? You know, a lot of these people come over here, and these people, they prance them around like they're so much intelligent than us, right? Like, you know, some of the Asian people. And like I said, I get along with Asian people. I get along with everybody because everybody know who I am. I tell them quick, I'm an American Aborigine. What does that mean? I'm an American Indian. Oh, you are? Oh, what tribe? Oh, this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. I'm that. Oh, okay. And then you know what I tell them? Welcome to America. Because if you ain't been welcomed to America by American Aborigine, then you ain't been welcomed by nobody. Because these troglodytes, the troglodyte hybrids and shit, they can't welcome you nowhere because they're not from here. They're not from here. You're part of the crime scene when you come here and you don't get welcomed by a real Aborigine. So the people who I really respect and really is really good to me, I welcome them here so that they don't be cursed later on in their endeavors, man. Because you know a lot of people that come here, and especially you treat the people who house you're in bad, then you're cursed. You're cursed. And the only people who can really the only people who can really um invite you to their landmass is the people who landmass it belongs to. So if you don't know who landmass it belongs to, then you know what I'm saying, like you're just here, you're going along with the regular education, like we just said our people felt victim to. So just let that, you know what I'm saying, let that marinate. All right, so let's get back into it.
Order truth, your mind changes, and logically, your state of mind changes, and therefore your motives of operations change. But you also understand the conflicts that is taking place among the nations of the planet, and also you understand some of the motivations that are projected, i.e., by the synagogue of Satan through their corporate operations known as the United States Corporation Company, that has been misrepresented as the country since 1862. Prime Minister, would you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Grant Shiga. So what I wanted to do with the audiences, because since, you know, this was audience were the ones that requested this particular podcast, I wanted to have a couple opening questions. I just want you, before we continue on finishing this particular episode of the Yakub's Experiment, and I know one of my favorite people, Sister BJ Ill, is loving this because this is one of her favorite books. It's the Yakub Experiment. But before that, I want you to, in yourself, do you believe that the Yakub Experiment, and this is for the audience, you can just type in the chat, is it fact, fiction, sacred science, symbolic history, or a mixture of those? No, not for you, Grancy. This is for the audience. And then we're gonna get back to you. I'm just putting this out there for the audience because you're getting a lot of information today. I want them to do that. All right, and this is not an argument for record, because remember, when you're learning, everyone, the prophet said, you know, that all of us have our point of view, right? Everyone has their point of view. So it gives to us is not the same for everyone. So we're asking you your point of view on this. There's videos out where there's a European woman and an Asiatic woman both talking the same information about why you cannot be African American, but they're not saying why you cannot be Black. And the interesting thing is a lot of people are falling for the okie doke because they want to separate themselves from Africa. But the problem is they're trying to cause division if you're not a seeker, if you're not, mind is not wide open. They're trying to separate us from our brothers and sisters in Africa by telling us, oh, you're not African because of ... We already know. And then they're you know, saying that they know people were already here. We know we were already here. They're saying that the indigenous people were already here. The so-called Aborigines people were already here too with us. They're saying that only some of us came from the Africa. We already know all of that. They're not telling us things that some of us who actually study or scholars didn't know. But the bottom line is they're trying to disconnect you from Africa. Now, we know we're not African Americans. We know we can't be two continents. But you have to ask yourself, if you are from Africa, what nation in Africa are you from or do you relate to?
Those areas where the jungles were allowed to grow over, some of them still maintain.
Hey, peace to the elder. But I don't agree with none of that. Okay? I don't agree with none of that. I don't believe none of us was born here. People came here, they came in from Europe. I don't believe none of that African nonsense or whatever. I'm pretty much just here for the Yakub Experience conversation. Okay, so I don't believe in none of that. Don't think that A1D evolved. A1 is strictly America's the old land, the first land out of the water, to which the shores that the oceans rubbed against this land first. That's what I believe. I believe all of the world's people was populated from the Americas. Please. So please understand that. I do not believe in none of I don't even believe in none of the slave trade. I don't believe no Africans came here. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. The people they're calling Africans, they're calling Europeans. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't come here by way of being in bondage, or they didn't come here by way of change from some Slavic or some genetic hybrid troglodyte. Okay, so I don't agree with none of that. And I don't agree with if first of all, if we're going to unite with Africa, Africans got to unite with us. And you already know we have a problem with that. So I don't even want to get into that conversation, okay? Because I don't, like I said, we have to unite with our own people first, because we are the ones that's not united. You got people from down south don't like people in the east. You got these other conversations going on. We have to unite here on this landmass before we can unite with anyone else. How you going to unite with somebody else? Like the saying goes, how you going to love someone if you don't love yourself? We don't love our own self. So how we going to unite with anybody? We have to love our own selves and unite within our own people. We have to reestablish what we can reestablish, and then if other people would like to come and do business with us, or be, you know what I'm saying, or you know what I'm saying, or you unite with us, then we can sit there and we can entertain that, but we can't entertain it from a prospect of thinking all skin folks is kin folks. We can't entertain it like that. We got to weave out the people amongst us who we can gravitate and unite with before we can unite with anybody. You can't unite with nobody if your house not united. How you going to unite with somebody else? You know, so I don't go along with that. Like I said, and like I said, Taj is a grand sheik. Taj is very knowledgeable, but you know, I've done research on my own, and I've cross-referenced a lot of research that the brother said, and I say 90% of the research that he put together I agree with, but you know, some of the other stuff, the more bite information, I don't even entertain that. Us being born here on slave ships, I don't entertain that. I don't entertain the fact that Europeans ran the world until the Berlin Conference and until the early 1900s, or you want to say the 20th century. That's my understanding. So I'm gonna play some more of the video. Hopefully get into the Yakub experiment, because that's what I'm here for. He went over a little bit of it, but I want to hear, you know, when he get into his bag. So hit the like button, man. Peace of God, man. Let's get into it.
A very, very hairy body. That's from their heterogeneous origin. So you don't look at it as offensive, and you don't necessarily project a negative to the hybrid, but understanding that that's the oil from the sebaceous gland, although the hair has been removed, etc. And this is why many of the albions would be, some of them still maintain a very, very hairy body. That's from their heterogeneous origin, because basically the anthropoid or the Pongidae species has most of the DNA that matches the human, roughly 97.5 to 98%, and the other 2% is not human. But the blending of the two is the heterogeneous experiment, etc. And the result of that heterogeneous experiment is the anthropoid, is what is known in ancient Moabite history as the Albion. And they were taken to also the perfecting of the experiment was moved from the area of Mexico to what is now known as Argentina, which was known as Patagonia during the ancient world. that area was known as Patagonia. And then they were moved to the Iberian Peninsula of the ancient Moabites on the other side of the water. And that area is now.
Now check that shit out. Now that's why I played this, right? Because listen what he just said. He's saying that they was created here and they was taken over there to where? Iberia is what? Iberia is Europe, right? And they was created here, moved to Argentina, right? And then they was taken from the Patagonia region to what he said the Iberia Peninsula or the Iberia area, which we call Europe today. So this is how these people got there. You understand what I'm saying, man? Peace to God, man. This is how these people got here. You understand what I'm saying? And it all makes sense. It all makes sense. They're not naturally from there. The whole story that they telling you, some 7-Eleven, some people coming over there conquering them. No, them people wasn't there. And our people from here went over there and created that Mediterranean rainforest. The same science that was built that created the Mississippi region, right? And also the Amazon rainforest, right? Because the Amazon rainforest is man-made. The Mediterranean region is man-made. Mediterraneans have what? Olives. Olives is indigenous to the Americas, my nigga. I learned that in culinary school. I never knew that. You know what I'm saying? But all of this stuff kind of correlates, man. When you study it anyway, it all comes back to the motherland, which is the Americas. But that's a very interesting point right there. So let's get back into that.
Now known as Europe. So what is known as Europe today is actually Iberia. So now you're dealing with the geography. And so knowing that, you also understand the wars that evolved between the ancient Moabite descendants, i.e. of ancient Hukupta, and which is now known as Egypt, etc., and what you call the Mediterranean seas, and also one of the more modern, according to Moorish history, what you call Gibra Atarik. That means the great mountain of Tariq, the great Moorish general, and it is called the Rock of Gibraltar today.
And see, that Rock of Gibraltar is where the Pillars of Hercules is at, right? This is how they was coming. This is how we was going back and forth to Europe. We go all the way, we ride the coast to the Canada region, and then we'll shoot across from Canada. Some people saying they're going to Greenland, and then go from Greenland all the way over and shoot right through the rocks of the Pillars of Hercules, which the Rock of Gibraltar was a military fort. That was to make sure that nobody was able to just come and travel into the Atlantic Ocean and come to the New World. This is the reason why they had that whole thing in 1492, was to take control of that so that they would be able to try to come over here. And some of the people who came over here was actually agents. They was cosplaying that they was the people from that was from our original empire, and they was coming over here playing dumb and doing reconnaissance so they could see how they can come over here and take over. But like I said, it didn't happen the way that they telling us. It happened more interior with an exterior exterior help. The exterior help came from the people who funded these Slavics that was enslaved over here, and then used them to pretty much like take control or burn down our towns and cause the havoc and cause the chaos that we experienced during the Jim Crow, or from, you want to say, from 1865, because everybody didn't experience the shit until probably like the mid, well, not the mid, but around the 1960 timeline. So they used these people who was on these plantations that we had, and then we allow some of the people that came from Iberia or like Todd said, Europe, come over here and set up so-called colonies. That's why they needed a charter. The charter came from us. The charter was for the people that was coming back to this land, and we allowed them to set up businesses, or set up not businesses. Well, technically businesses, right? Technically businesses, right? But we allowed them to set up some of these plantations and some of this other shit that we hear about when it's dealing with slavery. See, they don't really get into this when they tell you this. They tell you, oh, white people just came here and they just took over. They just came here. So white people was doing everything. They was going to Africa, grabbing people from Africa, then coming to another land, and then just being able to conquer these people. How was they able to do all of this so easily? Because it didn't happen the way they saying it happened. These people, like he said, these people was walking on fours. These people running around here with hair looking like looking like a goddamn gorilla. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, for us to understand this, we have to kind of like, cross-reference some of this information so that we can be at peace and we can stop feeling like we're mentally inferior. Because like I said, that whole slavery story, my nigga, that is something that makes people mentally inferior. Like just the fact that someone can conquer you, and some of these stories that people be so willing to tell. Oh, they used to rape all women. Oh, they have breeding farms. My nigga, like, do you think that is necessary, or is that something that's going to help us go forward? When in all actuality, that stuff didn't happen the way that they saying it happened, and damn sure didn't happen to all of our people. So we got to understand. We have to understand this stuff. And like I said, you got to go down the rabbit hole head first, and and definitely, comprehend what you're hearing and being able to cross-reference. And you don't take none of this stuff face value until you find other resources and other material to where you can cross-reference it, and then you can substantiate it. So we substantiating this information right now. We ain't just falling for anything. We not believing our people were slaves. People, a lot of people in this so-called, I ain't gonna say community, because common unity, but I'm saying just this is our lineage. So this is not a community. Maybe a community on YouTube, or maybe a community of people who are getting with like-minded people so that they can do their genealogy and they can find out who their forefathers was going forward. And then know that, with the other literature and the fact that these people could not come here and slave you, and the fact that these people was enslaved, and the fact that these people wasn't running nothing. They was not running nothing. At the time that they sitting around here talking about, yeah, you was a slave or whatever, or we enslaved you. At that time when they running around here telling people that, they was the ones that was enslaved. They was walking around the hall for it. So please understand that, and please pass that message out. Anytime you hear somebody trying to brainwash you, or somebody trying to mentally make you inferior by some made up myth story or whatever, that doesn't have your best interest at hand. The story does not have your best interest at hand. And you want to say, well, that's what happened to our aunt. No, it did not. Okay? So let's get back into it. Hit the like button too for those of you guys who still watching.
And that'll give you a better concept of understanding the wars of the modern days between the Albion, or the heterogeneous hybrids, and the Asiatic Phoenician tribes of people from the south to the north, to the east, to the west, all over the planet. Yield the floor back to you, Prime Minister.
All right, Grand Sheik. All right, so today we're talking about the Yakub experiment, and as Taj held up earlier, the book on Yakub, we wanted to go over some definitions on information, because a lot of times people don't really understand, the definitions. And so one of the definitions you wanted to make sure was correct, Grand Sheik, was that the troglodyte nigger. So with the definition for troglodyte nigger, did you want to go ahead and explain that definition of the troglodyte nigger?
Troglodyte nigger, go into your Oxford dictionary, or when you're older dictionaries, you look up hybrid. These are the words you look up. Hybrid, and hybrid will take you into the etymology. And those of you have an etymology dictionary on the English language, then it will go into the scientific name for the anthropoid. And the anthropoid is the Pongidae species that is known as gorilla and monkey, i.e., and that scientific name for that species is troglodyte nigger. That's where the word troglodyte, when it's applied to cavemen loosely, that's where it comes from. And nigger is the scientific name for monkey. Now, when the hybrid Europeans, in their series of wars over the centuries with the Moabite tribes, or in the north and the south, east and western hemisphere, etc., also known as indigenous peoples, etc., that's the origin of them trying to find their place or take their place, i.e., because logically now they're conflicting species because they actually have no homeland. And this is why the hybrid Europeans have been through what you would call these last millennia, conquering the world.
Now look, like I said, these people, he just said, they have no homeland. That's why they had to go and then erase the whole so-called melanated, the melanated original people of all these other lands. But like I said, all of them other lands are outports of what we call centralization, which would be the Americas. Okay? These people have no land. This is what I've been telling y'all. They're not from Europe, my nigga. They're not from Europe. They didn't establish Europe until, or have the power they had over Europe until after the Berlin Conference and World War I and World War II. This is when they got it. Prior to that, they didn't run no Europe. They had no influence in Europe. Had no influence in Europe. They have no home. That's why he said they go around and try to do everything that they're doing now. Take over everywhere. Taking over, they went over to Europe. The greater, I don't want to say the term, but the Greater Western Project is to take out all of them places that surround them. They already did Syria. They already did Iraq. They already is in Afghanistan. They already established Afghanistan. Now it's the place where what's going on now. That's called the Greater Israel Project. To take out all of them and get control of all them lands over there. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, even some of the troglodytes or some of the Western Europeans, they're not like, that's why they always got beef with Russia, because Russia's not with the bullshit that they with. You know what I'm saying? They're not with their bullshit. So that's why they always try to, going over there or trying to use all this propaganda to make you think that Russia is this, that, and the third. No, Russia just don't rock with y'all like that. Because like he said the Pell hybrids are nomads. Yeah, nomads land. Oh, let's put this up on the screen right here. Look. No man's land. This is a fact. This is all factual statements, my nigga. Look. Look what you said. The pale skin hybrids are nomads till this very day. That's why they ran into your towns, burning your towns down. That's why they created dams around the rivers and flooded your towns while your people were asleep. You understand what I'm saying? This is why they did this, because these people are nomads. They have nowhere to go, and they're fighting for genetic survival. They're like they've been enslaved in America so long, right? They was enslaved in America so long. You think they was gonna go back to a place where they from? They're not from Europe. So what would make more sense of them trying to get established dominance where they're currently at? And this is what happened here. You know, when you look at it and you get all the resources and we go through all the whole checklist of information. Oh, they were slaves. Oh, they was brought to the 13 colonies. Oh, these people was freed in 1865. Civil War was for them. Because how was the Civil War for us when you got thousands, hundreds of thousands of black people who owned slaves from the 1900s all the way, even like I said, the book I got, Free Heads of Negro Family, is from 1830. From 1830. So it's hundreds of thousands of black people who is in that book who own slaves. Right? Hundreds of thousands of them. Hundreds of thousands. So if it's 100,000 so-called Negro slave owners or whatever, right? Some of them, when you look at the numbers of them, like some of them people own 100 slaves, man. 100,000. If you say they all own five slaves apiece, that's 500,000 people, my nigga. You understand? That's 500,000 people. You say it says 100,000 slave owners in that book, and you say all of them own 5 slaves apiece, which I'm kind of like using the modes, the mediums, and the means, right? I'm using statistics, right? So when you break that down and you look and you say, all right, all of them own 5 slaves, which is probably more, because it's probably more than that. It's probably closer to maybe 700,000 slaves. You understand what I'm saying? Just from the Free Heads of Negro families. If you was to go through every state, all the way from Maine, all the way to Florida, all the way over, when they telling you, the Seminoles was being enslaved, or the Spanish owned, the Spanish controlled Florida. Are you stupid? The Spanish people that they talking about is not Spain from Spain. They're not Spain. And the people who came over here from Spain, aka what they won't call them Moors, they won't call them Black Europeans, they didn't run nothing over there neither. So let's get back into this, man.
Going to and fro to earth, devouring nations, stealing. That's why they steal. That's why they murder. Now, keep in mind, when you study the Pongidae species among the monkeys, that's what they do actually in their nature. And this is why a lot of the Asiatics around the planet have a mental conflict of trying to comprehend the beastly nature of the Albion peoples that they refer to in these days as the Europeans. Everywhere they go, they bring disease and also wars. So now you know why, and you know its origin. Even when you understand, when you deal with the Moabite history and Moorish history and European history, now you have a better concept of the political motivation of what is known as the Renaissance. It has.
Bro, he just said that the genetic species in which they crossbreeded with, right? He said that the monkeys, they're self-still. So what did we just say a little while ago? We talked about DNA got memory. You know what I'm saying? So it would make sense on what the hell is going on. He said, never knew, Nick. That's what I'm trying to say, man. It's like, look. So we got to give them back their term, Diamond. We got to give them back their term. This whole time we run around and call ourselves Negroes. This whole time they writing all of them books where we see Indians was called Negroes. It's them rewriting that shit. None of them books are from no 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, or none of that shit. When you look in the prefix of most of these books we read in this day that got American Indian and shit in it, them books are from the 20th century, man. Most of them books, like what Cormeo be reading, some of these books that's on Internet Archive, a lot of them books are from the 20th century. None of them books are from no 1700s or no 1800s or none of that shit. So when they calling Indians Negroes, that's them doing a remix single on us. That's them doing a remix single. Oh yeah, the Indian look like a Negro or whatever. That's them writing them books into Reconstruction, knowing that we was gonna find them at some point in time, and they knew we was gonna get to this point. And we run around here calling ourselves Negroes. And the Negro is a goddamn chimpanzee. the chimpanzee that be stealing everything, man. Let that go figure that.
As a actual original political motive that was intended to do what? Civilize the Albion. Because by default, they exist. So you got to deal with it. And logically, because of their beastly nature, this causes absolute conflict. So people, to cover it up, the hybrid Europeans would deal with the Carlos Linnaeus mind control mentality of what they would call a phenotype, i.e., of the evolutionary processes of the troglodyte nigger, and they would call it the race operations. Though this is where you get the dynamics of the socialization and the general socialization of what they call race, and the politics behind it is loosely referred to, though improper, called racism. When you understand the real origin of this, you can be more objective in starting to deal with solutions, because the problem hasn't gone away. However, in order to solve problems, you got to deal with things more. Hybrida experiments, etc., which is known as the Jacobian experiments of ancient Mexico, which is the origin of the hybrid breed known as the Albion from Caucasus, i.e. Yakub Caucasus, that you know today as Caucasians. It's the origin.
That's why it's called the Yaku, the Yucatan, the Yakubatan. I mean, listen, I just connected that. I've been saying that for years, but the Yucatan, okay? And I'm not saying, like, listen, he could be wrong, but what if he's right? Listen, I know for a fact Taj got some sources connecting the Yucatan to experiments, them genetic experiments. I know for a fact that he got research that's suggesting that someone is saying that. This is not nothing he made up or nothing like how they trying to make you think, oh, Yakub is some fake, some shit that Elijah Muhammad was very fucking intelligent. I don't give a fuck what you say about him or what problems or grievances people may have with him. Elijah Muhammad was a fucking genius, because they said they took his briefcase and some other information that they got from Tesla and some shit they got from Albert Einstein, right, and created the atom bomb. They stole his. This is what even Europeans. I heard Europeans say that they stole some Elijah Muhammad material and used it to create the atom bomb. So it's like, yo, like I know they try to sit there and white people laugh at it. Oh, this is preposterous. This is funny. Oh, some big head scientists creating people. Oh, this is funny. We're from Europe. No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't know where you're from, my nigga. You don't know where you're from. That's why they try to hide. That's why they try to hide the story of what happened over in Europe, because you want to start putting together the pieces. Common sense to say, well, damn, if they went in there, even if I don't believe in the North Africa thing. I believe our people went because, like I said, these sources, these many sources I got suggesting black people or the Aborigines of the Americas were seafarers. We had ships and we went and set up colonies other places. There's too many sources for me at this point in time to say, well, nah, because all of this shit connect, and all of these sources are not coming from the same individual. So it's not all coming from the same people. That's right. They stole the science from the OG. Listen. And this is why, like, we had to go back into what the European was saying first. 80% of these people are clones, right? Then we went into the observation of the people and the mankind by Benjamin Franklin, aka Benjamin Banneker. However you want to slice it, we did some source on that. We listened to some of what Guy Anderson was saying about, and this is a white man. I don't see why would he sit there and and say something that wouldn't go against his genetics, and saying that 80% of these people are clones. are hybrids, and then he went into the thing saying that, well, why was it so important to send all the Europeans to America, etc. You understand what I'm saying? Because all of this stuff correlates. All of it correlates. But they had you think, oh, Yakub was this is a myth, or this is like, nah, my nigga. Like I said, my DNA is telling me that this shit is real. You understand? Even if his name wasn't Yakub, because what did they change? Jacob, right? Jacob, right? Israel name was Jacob, right? But then Jacob was what? Jacob has a story connected to the Yakub story, right? But then remember, there's no J. There was no J in the alphabet. All the English alphabet come from the Hebrew alphabet. 22 letters of the Hebrew of dictionary, or the Hebrew letters are installed into the 27 letters, or what was it, 27 letters, 28? I don't forgot. I think it's 27 letters, and the 27 letters that is in the English vocabulary. 22 of them came from the Hebrew vocabulary, and there's no J in it. There's no J. Remember, the J is the Y. Remember, so this is stuff that we already know. So shout out to everybody, man. You got 208 people in here, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Through all of the ups and downs of this bill, man. Getting cut off by StreamYard, you know what I'm saying, going back and forth though. But shout out to everybody who stuck it through. We're gonna play some more of this. What we got? I got about 20 more minutes. He said, "Yeah, cool story fake." I mean, hey, listen, my nigga. If you want to say it's fake, it's cool, my brother. It's cool. If you want to say it's fake or whatever, but just know, if his name not Yakub, whatever his name is, this experiment is not fake. So let's not take from Yakub to say that the experiment that he's talking about is fake. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we're trying to get to the bottom of this experiment. And it's so funny. Look, it's so funny that the experiment took place in the Yucatan, right? In the Yucatan, right? So it's so funny that the experiment took place there. But Europeans wanted some, man, y'all talking about some myth shit. And they would sit there. One thing about Europeans, right? They got the resources to where you could be telling them something true, but they will be going on the population of people who discrediting the real information. So they will make your information sound like it's foolish, or that's preposterous, or what you're saying. We was created in the Yucatan and we was walking around on all fours and we was hairy. That's preposterous, or whatever. You're not from Europe. You're not from Europe. We know this. We know this. So let's get back into the bill, man. Please say, hold on. If the hair, the tail, or walking on all fours don't sway your intelligence, nothing. Well, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right, Tom. And see, the thing of it is we done been so programmed. So for us to disconnect ourselves from everything we done learned. Listen, I done been wrong 1,000,001 times when it comes to me thinking I know something because I read something in a goddamn book. Unless it's some instructions on how to do something, or it's something that where we can use it as material that we can factually utilize it to get us to a position or get us to create something. I'm not telling you when you get the instructions of how to put together your cabinet, don't sit there and be like, yo, I need a source on this. I don't believe it. No, that source, that's factual. But all this other stuff that these people have put in there on our history, making us the losers and they the winners. You have to read, you know what I'm saying? You have to revisit that, man. And you have to check that out. And even if you're running around here spewing this stuff to our people, that's a problem, man. That's a problem. This stuff right here we talking about is enlightening. This is stuff that's going to get you back. I mean, I'm not saying maybe some people there already. And I'm not saying like this is the end all be all, but as far as the information that make us feel like we're sad, like what the guy said, look at Black History when they tell you everything about Black History is slaves. Oh, this guy Benjamin Banneker who invented the almanac, and they got a clock called Big Ben in Europe, and he did the 10 by 10 square miles of Washington D.C. Oh, he was a slave. Somehow he was a slave. That's what I'm trying to say. It's impossible that everybody was slaves because we got the resources to prove that it was too many black slave owners. So now you got to take that information and say, that don't make sense there. Everybody. C.R. Patterson, who created the car. Oh, he was a slave. William Ellison, who had slaves. Oh, he was a slave. Everybody was a goddamn slave, and they have to reiterate that and keep pushing that to where you fall under that. You fall under that. Okay, all right. He's saying a Caucasian wrestling level at a great experiment. Yo, I'm gonna check that out, my brother. I'm going to check that out. I'm going to do a part 2 to this. So if you got some more information, I know you got my email because I done seen emails from you. You said you sent it. Just make sure it goes to this one, so we can do a bill. And hopefully next time I'll be able to figure out. Hopefully, I don't know what the hell is going on, why I can't share the link or whatever. Hopefully, we can get some people up here who want to talk or elaborate on this. Like I said, I'll be home. I gotta work tomorrow and Tuesday. So Wednesday we can get back into the lab and we can get some people up here who can elaborate on this information. Or if you know something about what we're talking about, bring it. Or if you just want to expound on it, or you want to just build on the fact that these people been calling you nigger and Negroes when they the Negroes and they the troglodytes and they the slaves and they everything that they've been calling us. Everything that they've been calling us. That's why I say we gotta give them back their terms. But there's still some black people who want to sit there and say, like, I ain't gonna mention I was on a brother who goes under the terminology FBA, but he also know that we was already here, right? But it's just so funny with some of these dudes, and I'm not trying to say that to be funny because listen, just because you don't agree with nobody don't mean you have to have beef with them, or don't mean you have to hate them or anything. Like, we just had a different part of our learning experience, right? But however it go, what was I saying? They don't like to hear the fact that we wasn't slaves. They don't like, even if they know we was here already, they still going by what a white man came here and say. They can't wrap around their mind how did white people get to Europe. It had to come via them jumping on the boat coming over here. This is everything you dealing with Europeans in America equals that they had to be a slave owner, or they have to be in some type of superior position for them to get over here. They never fathomed that these people was created here. They never fathomed that these people were slaves over here. None of that stuff. And if you say that to them, then you're gonna get into an argument with them. Oh, the white people wasn't slaves, even though I can show you the definition, showing you the word Slav, showing you that it has nothing. The word slave equals Slav, and the word, and even in the definition of the etymology, you see nothing dealing with any people being brought from West Africa to the Americas. You see nothing that alludes to even that point. Nothing. There's nothing that says that. And then we got other literature. I just read the literature earlier of dealing with where the word slave came from. And I've done this plenty of times. I know I've been going for a minute or whatever, but yeah, man, we got to start, like, you know what I'm saying? Some of these people, man, you should be mad when somebody calling you a slave. I don't care if it's your own people. You should be freaking. You should be ecstatic. You should be fucking furious when someone calling you the term slave, bro. You should be pissed off. A slave, nigga. My people own land. The fuck is you talking about? My people own land. Let me play some more of this video. Hold on, I want to hit my brother real quick.
Origin of the problems. So it's kind of like uncomfortable, but you got to deal with truth in order to start solving human problems. Yield the floor, doctor.
Yes, so Taj, in the Yakub experiment, I wanted to know if you could get into the hybrid first appearances on pages 10 and 11. Could you go through that on page 10 and 11?
On this one?
Yes, in the Yakub.
The nigger problem?
Yakub.
All right.
Yes. And if you do have this book, you can follow along with us. And if not, you can certainly order the book from circle7publishing.com. Both of those books are very important information-wise. And the reason we have such small pamphlets for you all is because I remember the Prophet Noble Drew Ali saying, this was teaching from my grandparents, that if he put in a big book, you wouldn't read it. But if he broke it down
simple.
Yeah, keep it
and like it said in the Library of Congress, truth need not be told in a multitude of words.
Absolutely.
You know, and so this is one of the motivations of the Europeans in order to reconstruct, they call it period of reconstruction. This has much to do with the meeting, the great meeting that they had amongst the leaders of the Circle Church and Chancery and the British Accredited Registry, i.e., and the oligarchs of the Europeans who are operating at North America. And that great meeting they had of altering the history was called the Whigs Convention at Philadelphia in 1854. And this is also when they started referring to themselves as white people officially, although they did it loosely. That's why that convention at Philadelphia is so important, led by Horace Greeley, which is a newspaper tycoon from New York that came down to help modify and alter their operations under the Roman Curia bullas, etc. And this is where the deception of people's concepts of what they thought was the country distinguished from the nation, where people don't know that country and nation don't necessarily mean the same thing.
Absolutely.
And so they mixed the two. And this is where why people think that the United States, which is actually the Union State Society of the Hybrida operations of the Roman Curia, that has been fronting as the nation, which is actually a corporate operations pretending to be a country. And actually a lot of the politics was initiated by George Washington, who was the ninth praetor for the corporation, etc. This is why they hide the history of John Hanson on up to Arthur St. Clair. So we already know that then you get into the politics of what they call the founding fathers operations, which is actually reconstructed history. But anyway, let's go back to the literature.
Yes.
Now, so you're dealing with the first appearance of the hybrid. That's the Hybrida hybrid, right? So the European hybrid man first appeared 6,000 years ago on the island of Patmos, which is referred to in the Bible, or which is also known as Pelan, P-E-L-A-N. That's also known as Patmos in the Bible. In the Aegean Sea, where, where these beings were created by a 600-year process of selective breeding called grafting, quote unquote, under the command of an Asiatic scientist named Yakub Cushitis, etc., Caucasus Cushitis. The 60,000-year Asiatics who followed Yaqub to the island were placed under a system of mating that was based on skin complexion, in which only lighter complexioned babies were allowed to survive. And over the course of many generations, the population of Patmos began to grow lighter and lighter. And after 600 years, the people became very pale and with blue eyes and blonde hair, also known as the ruddy-skinned ones. And from this island-based tribe of European hybrids or hybrid-skinned albinos came a behaviorally aggressive race of rulers.
Yo, I don't believe that 6,000 year story neither. So let me put that on the record too. I don't believe that 6,000 year story. These experiments, which I can say that it may go back a little further than 500 years. It may go back a little further than 500 years, but from the way that I see it, that no more than 1,500 years that these experiments existed. Maybe it go back to maybe 2,000, but as far as these people existence on this planet, we don't see no evidence of them doing anything, right? That's why Taj just said, he said, you got to know who you dealing with, right? You got to know who you dealing with, right? And let me see something real quick. Look, 48 Law of Power, number 19, right? It says, know who you're dealing with. It said there's many different kinds of people in the world. You can never assume that everyone will react to your strategies the same way. Deceive or outmaneuver some people, and they will spend the rest of their lives seeking revenge. There are wolves in lamb clothing. It's saying, choose your victims and your opponents carefully. Then never offend or deceive the wrong person. They didn't deceive the wrong person. That's the gods. Okay, but we also got to know who we dealing with. We also got to know these individuals who we are dealing with. Hold up, and y'all still rocking with me? Let me see something. I see a lot of people. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check. I just see mad people drop out of here. Let me see something. What are we doing here? Can y'all hear me? Somebody in the chat room put one for me, please, just so we'll know what the hell going on. But yeah, man, it's almost 7 o'clock. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this because I got some more material. I got some more material pulled up, and I'm gonna definitely do a part 2. And like I said, if anybody want to come on, but we gotta definitely stay on tune when it comes to this information. This information is not something that goes through one ear and go out the other, and then later on we supposed to be sitting up in here like, you know, figuring out why is these things happening to us and why these people always the usual suspects on the people that's doing it. We have to stay in tune. We have to stay on point, man. So with that being said, man, I'm going to end this live stream, but I definitely appreciate everybody coming through. You know, these live streams, you can go back, you can do your research, you can listen to what he's saying his sources is, look up the sources or whatever, or, you know, when I get a chance, I'll put the sources. You can take the sources and make sure you utilize them so we can get ourselves out of these situations. And like I said, one of the main situations that we have to mentally detach from the fact that we think Europeans was running things at the time when they telling you they was enslaving you and they was bringing you here from different countries and coming over here doing what they wanted to do. At that time, they were slaves. At that time, they was in bondage. So please do yourself your due diligence. Do not allow nobody to tell you your ancestors were no slave. Even if you're not an African, that don't mean that the colonizers in the aspect or the way that these people taught us that, oh yeah, white people had to come here and colonize us. How did we get in the situation we got in? We got in a situation we got into because the people who's doing it, the people who's behind these Europeans doing what they doing are other people who look just like us, even to this fucking day. Even to this day, the people who ruling things are people who look like us. It's not people who look like us. These people are pawns. It's a grand chessboard. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what's going on. And even just in the understanding of the chess pieces, black and white. And it classified you black, took you out your original atmosphere, classifying you black, and classify these white people white when none of these people exist. And how they say in the nations of men and women, there is no colors. None of this shit exists. All of this stuff is something that's been fabricated and been taught to us, and we acquiesce, and we didn't assume the position to stand under and not overstand any of this information that they putting out there, man. So with that being said, man, listen, love you guys, love all the Tanchans, all the Aborigines, all the Indians, FBAs, the Moors, man. We all we got. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, my only call, and I'm not a YouTuber, you know, and shout out to everybody who do YouTube. I'm not one. You know what I'm saying? I came here, I felt as though it's a message we have to get out to our people, whether or not, if everybody may not agree with everything, but just take it, because some of this information, it may lay dormant in you, or you may take it in subconsciously. Like, you know, when you was a kid, your mother used to say something to you and it didn't click with you, but you maintained it subconsciously. And then when it was time for you to use it, you consciously recognize exactly what was being said at that time. So some of this information is delayed dormant in you, and for you to take subconsciously if you're not ready for it. Just take a mental note of it, and whenever the time that you find information that can validate it or substantiate it until your level of understanding, then you utilize it. So with that being said, man, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, peace to the Autochtons, peace to the Aborigines, peace to the Indians, peace to the FBAs, peace to the Moors, North, South, Central, and the conjoined island. It's your brother Ahanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Atancha. And once again, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. I'm out. Peace.